Good morning, everyone. Today we are doing more Rogue Trader Grim Darkness. To Plasteel, gross. The scouting team sent to the colony world returns with a decrepit, shaggy, foul-smelling vagrant in tow. The old man hastened toward the enforcers as soon as he saw the dynasty's colors and implored them to take him to Master Voidvir or Lady Theodora. I questioned the vagrant. During his interrogation, the old man says he is a loyal servant of House von Valancius. 4 decades ago, he was sent on an important mission to this system by Master of Whispers Voidvir. It took him 20 years to complete the mission. He spent the next 20 waiting for his masters to collect him. The vagrant was an ambitious young spy when he left the ship, and coming aboard again has made him very emotional. Check the vagrant for evidence of treason. The investigation has found no wrongdoing the old man could be held accountable for. His body bears no signs of worshipping the archenemy. He has confessed to no crime, and seems quite shocked by the news of Lady Theodora's death and Voidvir's treachery. The harsh interrogation techniques have taken an almost fatal toll on his failing health, yet forced no admission of guilt from him. Establish the nature of his mission. The vagrant only agrees to share the details of his assignment with the rogue trader himself. If his claims are to be believed, he was sent to recover documentary evidence of House Winterscale's debt liabilities to House von Valancius. Those priceless papers had been stolen by hired agents of the Cold Trade on Caligos Winterscale's orders. However, instead of being destroyed as he wanted them to be, they were hidden away for purposes of blackmail. The old man describes a long journey full of perilous adventures that eventually brought him into possession of the documents, which he then proudly presents to you. Astonishingly enough, the papers turn out to be genuine. I will promote the dynasty's loyal servant and assign him to an important position. This can't possibly backfire. The beaming old man has joined the ship's enforcers in order to teach younger soldiers lessons in fortitude and unshakable loyalty. The Augur crew picks up a heavily damaged Xenos Voidship among the countless rock masses of the asteroid belt. An Eldari vessel beyond a doubt. According to the Von Valancius archives, about 100 standard years ago, the Imperial Navy set up a barrier in this system against pirates and the enemies of humanity. Countless primed mines are still scattered among the wreckage. The Vox Master manages to tune the ship's systems to an unconventional frequency, and the bridge suddenly fills with chime-like Xenos voices. Drawn out and mournful, they sing in an unknown tongue, but every officer on the bridge can sense that this is a dirge. Answering the call, Irliet jumps to the cogitators, startling the officers on the bridge with her sudden jolt. In the hopes of understanding the Monkey technology and figuring out how to help her kin, the Eldari runs in circles around the blinking vid screens, but the mysteries of the machine god elude the Xenos. Then she turns to the Lord Captain, powerless. The Rogue Trader orders his officers to establish communications with the Eldari vessel. However, the Xenos do not respond to the incoming signals. After several attempts, the frequency tuned to the Voxmaster gets lost, and the mournful song fades away. Logistics officers, led by Master Helmsman Raver, are ordered to plot a course for the rescue shuttle from the Dynasty's flagship to the Xenoship and back. Now, all the crew can do is hope that the calculations are correct and that the veteran officers' experience has not let them down. Lord Captain orders servants of the machine cult to prepare a plan for clearing the minefield without harming the Xenoship. After several hours pass on the ship's clock, the servants of the Omnisci present a plan for the neutralization of the ancient mines. The success of the operation is assessed as extremely probable. I send a shuttle with an experienced pilot and scouts in hopes that the smaller vessel can bypass the ancient mines. The shuttle enters the asteroid field. The pilot proceeds with caution, confidently avoiding the chunks of rock and nearly imperceptible mines. However, when the shuttle reaches the Xenoship, the rescue team's report catches the bridge crew off guard. The vessel's starboard side has been breached by the macro weapons of unknown Imperial Voidship. There are no survivors. Shielding her eyes, Irliet closes them and clutches the spirit stone at her breast. Coming to, the Eldari does not speak for a time. With notes of sadness in her voice, carefully picking her words, she concedes that the Elentok did all they could to save her kin. And yet, it is the Monkey who are responsible for the loss of another Eldari Voidship. Saddened by the pain and hatred that humans have wrought upon her kind, Irliet quietly leaves the bridge. Sometimes it's simply impossible to outrun fate. What do we get here? Huh, neat. Okay, so this is not going to be used by anybody. I don't have anybody that uses chain swords and Eldari weapon proficiency. I'm just going to let this be for now. I don't know if I collect enough of them, if it'll become an exquisite Wraithbone blade instead of fragments. Rho 79. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so I have to head back here again for something. But before I do, I'm already here. wow, nothing happened. Alright, I'm gonna level everybody up just to make sure that, demolition. Let me check here what I was leveling up on Pascal. Wait, why did I choose demolition? Tech use is what I want. And then we want intelligence again. We want Wild Hunt 2. Yes. And then we want... Oh, that's neat. Alright. Here we get logic. And I do believe I go for perception here. Alright. You, sir. Probably agility? Maybe willpower. You know, this is agility. And then we go... athletics? Yeah, because that's what we want there. And then... All enemies in combat immediately suffer bleeding, burning, and toxin. The level of each effect is equal to character's level divided by 10. And then we want... what is this? 5 plus maximum wounds divided by 20? Yeah, I'm okay with that. And here... willpower, I'm guessing? Yeah. Followed by carouse? No, what did we have? Was it Lore Xenos? Medicae. Right, because Executioner. Right. And then over here, we grab... ballistic skill. Do I? What did I grab? That's the question here. Yeah, ballistic skill. Oh yeah, I even have ballistic skill there. Okay. And then Lore Imperium. Or Commerce. Coercion. I see. I don't know why I took that there. But I did, and so I shall continue boosting it. And over here, it doesn't really matter, but I will grab this one. And then I chose we'll take Grenadier. And then we will go Willpower. And Lore Imperium? Lore Imperium. Maybe Commerce? Just try and get everything up there. Alright. Solomorn. You grab Ballistic Skill. And then you grab... I don't know what you have besides Coercion. Ah, Demolition. Okay. Never going to be a relevant amount, but it's there. I imagine I go Lore Xenos here. And then I imagine I go Ballistic Skill. Or maybe I don't. I will go Agility. And then we go to here. Hunting Surge. And then Awareness into Perception. Okay, everybody's leveled up now. And I feel comfortable heading in here. Lord Captain, we have cross-referenced the key characteristics of the system with our astronautical chart data. The planet Vheabos VI is located here. The problem is, the augurs detect an unusual change in the atmosphere. Not unlike a massive release of toxins. It appears that something unfortunate has happened to the planet's underground storage facilities. It is impossible to land safely on the planet just now. Unknown ships are cruising in the system. No need for any cog to analyze it. I can decipher this telemetry easily. Xenos. The armory and artillery crews are standing by. I will check all of the other planets first. Oh. This planet can barely sustain life, and yet searchers discovered a long-lost Imperial colony, one that was cut off from the rest of the galaxy centuries ago. The colonists live in conditions worse than any underhive, yet they still venerate the Emperor and gladly welcome their visitors. The Lord Captain receives an invitation from the local ruler, the Archqueen, Princeps Domina. Pay the Archqueen an official visit. The ruler meets the Lord Captain in a shack, considered to be a palace by the people here. The Archqueen's unusual crown is made of metal coils, most likely parts of an ancient device for boiling water. The guests are served the finest delicacies the colony can provide. The Archqueen praises the visitors in mangled Low Gothic and calls the Lord Captain her dear brother. At the end of the audience, gifts are presented to the guests. The Archqueen's minister delicately remarks that the best possible gift the Lord Captain and his crew could provide would be the replenishment of the colony's meager gene pool. The Lord Captain gives orders to canvass the lower decks for volunteers. The most ruggedly handsome among them will be sent to the Archqueen's court, along with other gifts. The Archqueen is delighted and flattered. She hopes the Lord Captain will pay her more visits in the future. Alright, time to fight some Drukhari Voidships. The Drukhari were kind of scary the last time I fought them. But then again, there were like 8 of them or something. So, maybe this will be fine.
Hold fast. Our faith will be tested.
Oh. There are 2, but they are large and scary. And they go next after me. I don't like that one bit. Okay, I will move here.
Onward.
For a very specific reason. I can use this to fire at them.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
Nice, I actually got some damage in. That was unexpected. That wasn't torpedoes. What? Voice lines, please. And here I will guard my right side. And I think that should be fine.
Fire the launch batteries.
Oh, nice. That actually did a fair chunk of damage there. And I can use all hands on deck next turn. Very nice. We actually took one down before our turn was over. That was far better than I expected. Uh-oh. They're going to attack me from the rear. Oh. They're going to attack the Heartless. Yes, please do. This actually went very smoothly. Alright. Well, that was kind of free. We have another level up here. I will go with... Shallow Jump, I think. And here, I don't actually know what to grab here. This requires level 8. Okay. Each attack craft launched from torpedo tube, and each torpedo gain +1 hull integrity. Eh. I don't use RAM. They don't really focus those down much, so I don't care too much on that. This is a stop being bad trait. Like, just don't take the damage and you won't have to repair. Which, that's not to say, you know, I don't take damage. I am bad. But I don't think it's needed. You start shields, now only inflicts a -2 speed penalty, reduction, and no firing range penalty. Okay, that could be good. When approaching an enemy, the flagship shuts down non-essential systems and starts to drift unnoticed past enemy ships. As a result, in most encounters, larger enemy vessels, frigates and larger, are surprised and act later. I could be okay with that. Initiative is always good. Cooldown reduction is always good. Extra scrap is kinda win more, lose less-ish. Like, you can use the scrap to upgrade your ship, but once again, if you don't take damage, you don't really need the upgrades too much unless you're doing ramming shenanigans, in which case you want all the upgrades you can get. And then, once again, with the repairs, just don't get hit, if you can. Honestly, I would love this, but... eh. I will go with Silent Running so that I can get Silent Running 2. How many of these do I get? Oh, I get a lot of these. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the initiative first. Because initiative is king in these games. And then I will go to Vheabos. Swift and merciless retribution is a proper fate for many transgressors, but the Imperium permits using the convicts for hard labor on distant prison worlds like Vheabos VI. To atone for their crimes before humankind, hundreds of thousands of rogues and lowlifes toil in the mines of the Von Valencius Protectorate until death, from exhaustion or some other unfortunate accident, claims their forsaken souls. The pits of Vheabos VI. So I have never been here before.
The first link will pull the others along with it, and soon the chain will tighten around the neck. But whose? No, I can't see.
Man's body is frozen in an unnatural pose. The corpse's fingers are crooked and its teeth are bared in a ghastly grimace. I can't tell what this is. Looks almost like warp fire.
None shall stand in my way.
Man clawed at his throat right before he died. Broken, slashed, and gutted body is covered by with the shreds of a planetary warden uniform. Caustic ooze gives off a sickening vapor that eats away at the lining of your nose and mouth, making your eyes water. Sounds like the good stuff to huff. The bodies have been twisted into a pose resembling a servile bow, and bound with barbed wire. You can clearly see several thin cuts left by bladed weapons on the body. Enthralled gladiators.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Look at it. Where did they get this stuff? Fresh meat? Who are they? Have the Dark Ones found the governor at last? You're not human. I see. Tizara, the tall, lithe Xenos, moves with the grace of an otherworldly predator. The creature gives you a dispassionate glance and casually speaks a few words that are immediately picked up by your elucidator. Candace, Elith, what is this? Has one of the sisters found an amusing trinket in the ruins and saved it as a special treat for the Archon? The Xenos takes a quick look over her shoulder toward the platform where a few more silhouettes in tar black armor can be seen. By whose leave are you playing Lord on my world? The Xenos' eyes light up with interest. The Monkey understands my speech. Where did you come by a device that can translate our language? Are you trying to impress me by appearing useful? Such words will earn you a bout in the ring at most, without weapons, and soon without your skin. If I'd been the one holding the device, she and I would have had words. I'd make sure the stuck-up bitch knew exactly what I think of her. The humans scattered around you on a platform stare as if they've seen a ghost. The eyes of some betray their fear, others glare with bestial hatred, and yet more look upon you with hope. Who are you? My name is known to everyone on this planet, Monkey. I am Tizara, the Deliverer, Tizara the Benevolent, the one who grants respite from the choking grasp of this world. I decide who lives, who dies, and who finds new purpose for their existence in Kamarag's many arenas. Surely this is why you have come here, to fight for my ever-changing favor, and for the privilege of being the first to be chained? I presume the toxic atmosphere is your doing? It could be. Or perhaps my mere presence is enough to make base creatures like yourselves forget how to breathe. Are you really surprised at what happened? You wove the net right under your own feet? We merely knocked out the pin that drew it closed tight around you? A couple of volleys at the seals on the underground well? And the planet? The one you had turned inside out did the rest? and your brethren finished what the planet had started. Oh, how they strived to please me and my entourage. How they slaughtered and tortured their own kin for mine and my sister's delight. How they decorated this little arena with still living monkey. Did you think all that you see before you is the work of our hands? Think again. I'm a rogue trader, the Emperor's anointed, guardian of humanity, and your doom, Xenos scum. Oh, what passion. What naive arrogance. When all this turns into boundless despair and clinging terror, my guests and I will savor such exquisite pleasure. I would play with you myself, monkey, but then the performance would be brief, and we don't want to upset my guests, now do we? From the dusk behind Tazara comes a cry. The distance between you and the Xenos is too great for the elucidator to interpret the words, but the tone alone speaks of irritation and impatience. Tazara raises her blade and points it at you. Tell the other monkey, and whoever slits your throat, will depart for their new home ahead of schedule, and tell them to hold nothing back. Tonight they dance for Yemeris herself. Yemeris herself. The great archon of the cabal of the Reaving Tempest. Persuasion turned to the fighters in the arena. You really wish to die at the Xenos' behest? If we join forces now, we can end this senseless carnage once and for all. Exhausted and defeated faces trade worried glances. The hulking brute next to you hesitates, then spits and breaks into a grin. We're gonna die anyway. Might as well do it without the heretic's brand. Slay the beasts. Tazara emits a furious scream and takes a step back, signaling to her companions.
Adorn myself with your flayed skin.
Alright. So, let's see here. How do I want to do this? I've been ambushed, so I can't really set it up. Unfortunate. Thankfully, everybody's within range to get buffs from me, and then I can just relocate Vesper. Here, I give this to Argenta, and then we propagate.
Not a problem for me.
Medicae signal. And I will move over here for cover. Cassia. How many enemies are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That doesn't seem too bad. Cassie, I'm just gonna have you chill back here. Buff Idira.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Give everyone here that you can some armor.
If I may.
And then maybe point of curiosity, some of them.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
There we go. And I suppose I will move
I
up
have
over
read
here.
tales of military tactics.
Oh no, the gladiators. What'll I do?
My blood sings in anticipation. I stand for your torment. Show me what you've got.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
Alright. They have a lot of dodge. Reckless Rush. And then over here, if I move here, we can rapid fire.
Battle. I'll do it.
And then we can move up here. Swap over to this. Before moving, we run and gun. So that I know exactly what I'm working with here. Okay, then I can concentrated fire.
As the Emperor commands, we can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I can revel in slaughter. But first, I want to do
Without
this.
deeds is worthless. Doubt
Maybe
is
I
for
should have
the
reveled
weak.
in slaughtered first. That would have given me more ballistic skill. That's fine. Alright, and then I will move back here so that I get buffs.
High momentum.
I'll live another day.
Let's make it quick.
You've unleashed my fury.
Alright, Adira, I need you to relocate Burb to here. Perfect. And then we start propagating buffs.
Was that you? Or on it? But of course.
And then we...
Was that you? Or
There we go. Easy turn.
My ears are ringing.
let's get to it. Your skill is lacking.
Alright, Cabela. It is time for you to do your thing.
And shadows.
Blood Oath.
Trust me. I shall not. The other side awaits. I bring mercy in retribution.
Okay, let's see here.
The shadows within is a blessing.
I'm bored of this farce, Tazara. Who rules this arena, you or the monkey? Archon Euremerus. Drakon Marzi. You know the danger of repeating this? Oh god, your word is our command, Archon. You know the danger of repeating this misunderstanding. Draw your own conclusions. Alright.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Captive audience.
Trust me. As on my blade whispers your name.
And then we get to do where it hurts.
I shall not fail. The other side awaits. Trust me.
And because I think that's the only enemy left, I will just do this.
Whispers his will.
The surviving fighters turn their heads toward you, one after another. All eyes on the battlefield are glued to you. Those who fought with me, get to the shuttle. As soon as we are away from here, I will give orders for the immediate evacuation of the remaining survivors. That was a fun and very easy fight. Body was partially flayed, and judging by the amount of blood, the victim was still alive when it happened.
Time.
I need these to not be knives and for them to be swords. I need a Drukhari sword. Hunter Carapace, medium. Eh. Man died clutching his intestines as they spilt from his lacerated stomach. The body is missing parts of its extremities. It was hacked to pieces with dozens of strikes.
A new challenge for me?
See? Right there.
Oh, there's goods here. Neat. Wasn't really expecting that. I was just seeing if I could go further this way. The sacred engine, meant to work in the quarry, has not been used for a long time.
Victory awaits.
They're gone. Throne is my witness. We will find these blasphemous wretches and make them... pay for everything that happened here. Sorry, spam call. Had to send it to voicemail. Is this all that's here? There's nothing else that can be done.
None shall stand in my way.
I can't get back up this way. There's nowhere to go. This was a very small planet to be on. And it's just the pits of Vheabos. That's all? One second. I'm gonna look this up because it feels like there should be more here. Locations. No, it's just the pits of Vheabos. Alright. Oh, the more you know. A captain who calls himself the Master Inspector is in the market for human merchandise. No, he just wants people and he'll give profit factor. I don't care about that. So let's see here. Enemy of Knowledge feature. Gives Drusians favor. Vheabos VI needs new convicts. Various dangerous literates and idle thinkers could supplement the workforce. Thank God that's not something I this isn't something I want. Because I do not agree with that at all. Vheabos VI needs new convicts. The quarries can be filled with prisoners taken from foreign worlds. Cutthroat, 10% crit damage. That is irrelevant to me. The people is kind of nice. I am kind of short on those. %, dodge against human enemies. I gain plasteel, chemicals. Needs new convicts. Purchasing foreign criminals is a potential solution to this problem. I'll just take people from foreign worlds. I want the people more than I think I want the chemicals, and I don't need the plasteel. This is also minus efficiency instead of minus security, and I am growing to like security more and more after having some of those negative effects land. So even though I don't need the crit damage, and this is probably the most relevant of the abilities here, it isn't that big a deal. So what'll we have here? Access to more plasteel, efficiency, security, some replenishing grenades, but this blocks Holy Servitude and Extractium Metallica. So this would give vigilance. No, I don't really care about that. Ooh, I do like this. More Explorator favor and plasteel and mobile extractium. The plasteel is the least thing that I need, but will still be nice. I will fear no poison. All allies gain +5 carouse and suffer -10 toxic damage. This is kinda nice compared to all allies gain +5 commerce and 4% hit chance. Both of those are kinda nice. So I have a feeling I'm gonna be fighting a lot more Drukhari, so this might be worth. I don't know. Torpedoes deal 15% more damage. Alright, cool. It is time for ads. They will play for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will be back in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. And we continue. So the question here is... Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a path from this planet to the capital. Just make my life easier. We've had this event before, so I will trust in the Navigator's talent. We gain 2 Navigator's Insight, so that paid for part of what we just spent, and we gain 20 XP. Alright, and then... Oh, we have some stuff from Janice, nice. Is there anything else going on here? So I think I want... What was it? I wanted Bonfires of the Righteous? Need to find a way to get efficiency up to 4? Is there a way for me to do that? Ooh. I don't know if there will be. If I'd taken this one... And then if I'd taken this one, I would have had 4. So I might just be stuck with this one. This one's just better, because profit factor and security. What do we get up here? Alright, this is a lot of, just bonuses. This requires Bonfires of the Righteousness, though. This one requires Good Tidings, and this one requires either or. Now that I know for the future... I would probably go this route in the future. Alright, the more you know. Guilds. So I went with Shield of the Emperor. I need more weapons for this. By 1. Because I don't really care for this. This gives Navy favor, security, and boots. Alright, well. So be it. We're gonna head down to Rho. Cobblestone Colony event. The Lord Captain and his crew have lost track of how much time they've spent in the warp jump. The vessel itself, the groaning of the bulkheads, the Vox Master's reports, it all happened so many times before, and it would happen yet again. No matter what occurred, the officers could not shake the feeling that they were running in circles, as if the voyage of the Sea of Souls would be eternal. Routine actions blended into grey nothingness, and filled the crew's hearts with anguish. Many members considered submitting to the mercy of the chaotic power outside. Days went by, but the navigator did not give the order to leave the Immaterium. Willpower, heed my inner voice. The Lord Captain's insight pierced through the mind-numbing haze. It appeared that the ship's astropaths and the navigator had been sounding the alarm, but their messages had been ignored. Their combined efforts finally broke the time loop and released the vessel from the Empyrean's embrace. The warp never tires of its cruel mockery. Alright, and then we head down here. Lord Captain, our astropaths have received a message from Achilles Scalander on Dargonis. He closely studied the data from the incursion on Vheabos VI, including the mention of the Xenos leaders. He promised to direct the efforts of his aides to identify those enemies of humanity so their location can be determined. Master Scalander is also reporting that Drukhari are getting ready for more attacks on your territory. Information from his aides continues to arrive. And Achilles will personally report to you the moment the target for the upcoming raid becomes clear. The Drukhari excel at catching their opponents off guard, and there will be little time to mount a response. According to the Master Scalander, your personal participation in the defense would be the best strategy given the circumstances. Lord Captain, this is Master Helmsman Raver. The crew is grumbling again, but they've a right reason this time. Our analytics systems have gone totally bonkers. The the tech priests are blaming the anger of the machine spirits. Allegedly, this is how they profess their displeasure at the crew not being worshipful. We have largely managed to stabilize the output of the augurs and auspexes across the ship, but you should know there's something awfully sketchy about the machines these days. I can confirm, Lord Captain, the The vessel's analytic systems were behaving incorrectly for a time. The cogitators would not produce statistical data and displayed meaningless numeric combinations instead. The augurs failed to correctly analyze matters and mistook solids for liquids and vice versa. Thanks to the tech priest's efforts, standard operation of the ship's mechanism has been restored. I'm still registering sporadic reports of similar malfunctions, but we should now be able to handle them. Alright. We have something to do here. I only have the one extractium. The priceless discovery has left the crew speechless and shaken. The ancient Imperial Ark ship, Hammer of Redemption, was hidden below the surface. Impervious to the augur sight, had the rogue trader not found pieces of an archaeotech compass that resonated with the vessel's defense systems, it would have remained lying in the bottomless chasm, lost and undeservedly forgotten forever. Alright, so we get a bunch of stuff here. The Adeptus Mechanicus acolytes studied the ancient data archives and concluded that the vessel crashed about 300 years ago after running into an asteroid stream. Hoping to rescue at least some of the colonists, the captain dispatched 4 lifeboats whose tragic fate you already know. Although time and weather were not kind to the Hammer of Redemption, the crew still managed to salvage plenty of valuable items. Plus 10 to all skills. The wearer can re-roll any failed skill test once for each test. Hell fucking yeah. I am proper skill monkey. Nobody can outskill this skill monkey. That's not true. Jai could, but that's beside the point. I now have advantage, essentially, on skill checks. Lord Captain, a disturbing report has come from the quarries of Vheabos VI. The convicts have lost their minds. They forget how to use tools. They huddle together and continue to stare aimlessly into space, even under the lashes of whips, ruining their mining deadlines. Some are possessed with the urge to use their nails to scratch blasphemous symbols on tools, machines, and even their own bodies. The most mad have painted the walls of several mines from floor to ceiling with the symbols, and then gone off deep into the mining tunnels. None of them could be found. The overseers consider it a ploy to divert attention away from the escapes and an impending rebellion. Alright, so what are the options before my advisors? All allies gain +7 logic. I wonder if that applies to me as well. I lose an efficiency. Peculiar trinket. Equipped armor deflection. 2 times equipped armor deflection. Okay, that looks nice for Abelard. When the wearer's wounds drop to 0, they fall prone and gain 10% of their maximum wounds as temp wounds. The wearer becomes the priority target of adjacent enemies while prone. If the wearer has no other allies with more than 0 wounds and their allies die, on the wearer's next turn, they regain 30% of their wounds if they still have temporary wounds. Activates only once per round? Oh dear god. And then here, Watchdogs of Vheabos. +3 speed for the first round of combat. Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely going to be Peculiar Trinket, I think. What are these symbols being scratched out by the convicts? It's hard to give these drawings any sort of intelligible definition. Unnaturally round circles connected by lines. The lines are interrupted by groups of dots. Some patterns follow a certain common logic, while others are unique. I can provide your lordship with pics of them. After examining the pict, you realize that the symbols are connected through through a strange logical sequence. What do my advisors have to say? I'm detecting an intriguing pattern in the drawing of the symbols left by the prisoners. Hypothesis: they have a practical purpose, requesting clearance for the Adeptus Mechanicus to access the mines and investigate the specimens. Disappearing prisoners? What is the point of running away from penal servitude if the entire world is a prison cell? No, Shireen. These Ashmags have found some sort of smuggling tunnel network and are hiding there. And the drawings are their secret language, which they use to give orders to their fellow prisoners. I know some guys who can find such secret places and decipher these languages. If the convicts continue to disappear for no reason, then unrest will soon follow, whether out of fear or hope for the possibility of escape. To stifle this, we must put pressure on the convicts' leaders. My experience suggests that such people can hold more sway than any overseer. A fish rots from the head, and a prison begins to collapse because of its overseers. It is suspicious that no one has managed to get to the bottom of the problem. Lean on the senior staff to get the information we need. Someone in the prison must be exploiting the situation for their own ends. So here we could get Expert Cryptographer. This gives the Peculiar Trinket. This gives the garbage that we don't care about. And this gives an Equalizer, which is a two-handed... Huh. Hold up. Is this a heavy bolter? I wish it said if it was a heavy bolter, or what it was. Yeah, ranged weapon heavy, but... what kind of ranged weapon heavy? I'm gonna look this up a little. Here, equipment, ranged weapons. Heavy bolter, 6 to 9 damage, range 12, max ammo 96. So less range, higher rate of fire, less damage. Also less armor pen. I think I'm okay with just the heavy bolter for now. This is a really neat item though. I do like it. I will do the peculiar trinket, though. I have your savvy associates investigate exactly where my servants have wandered off to. Because this is just too damn strong for Abelard. For a generous fee, my people could find even the smallest stone tossed to the bottom of the sea, Shireen. A squad of daring smugglers slipped into the mines and discovered long collapsed tunnels that had been cleared very recently. An unnaturally even wall, covered in strange symbols, caught their attention. The tunnel went down deep and was not on any of the mining maps. The colony administration gave orders to conduct an archive study, banned work in the sector, and had guards posted there until the origins of the tunnel could be established. Alright, so I cannot do this. I don't have the mechanisms for it. That's fine. I don't really need the plasteel anyway. Bidding one mechanism for 3 plasteel is not a good trade. Bidding a single chemical, however, for 2 efficiency, I can get behind that. Convicts will be of much greater use if they are kept from sleeping by employing a small augmentation. I will go for the security first, though. There's a rumor that there are several warp guides among the convicts, unsanctioned semblances of navigators. It may be worth it to hunt them down and press them into service. I will go to Foulstone. A chartist ship loaded with valuable cargo has crash-landed on the planet. While legal scholars are divided on the legitimacy of the rogue trader's claim on the cargo, the local inhabitants are already preparing to loot the vessel, and the crew is bracing itself for a bitter defense. I can get efficiency and security, burn the contentious riches, and provide assistance to the surviving crew. This is no time to be filling one's pockets, plundering or fighting over trophies. Over here, we could get profit factor and Imperial Navy favor. Always love Imperial Navy favor. Almost said flavor. Here, I get people, fuel, provisions, ship components, -1 complacency, -2 security. So it's between Imperial Navy favor and +1 efficiency and +1 security. I'm gonna go the efficiency and security. The Imperial Navy favor I'll just get as I do more ship combats and sell stuff. That's no big deal. And I get extra dogmatic out of it, which is nice. The crew surrenders the ship without a fight, not daring to object to the rogue trader's will. Both they and the locals watch dejectedly as the valuable cargo goes up in righteous flames. I might yet be able to get Bonfires of the Righteous. I just need another event to give 2 more efficiency. Eh. And that got me Dogmatic 1. I can get the Dogmatic 2. I'm getting close to Iconoclast 3, which will be nice. And then I'll come up here, because there is a smuggler's cache. Lord Captain, we have received an astropathic message from Dargonis. Achilles Scalanders reports a Xenos raid against a merchant ship in the silence of Segret. The coordinates of a hypothetical contact have been forwarded to the crew. If you wish to support your subjects and fight back against the Xenos personally, we must hurry. It is unlikely that the merchant ship will be able to resist the enemies of humanity for long. There was a commotion on the lower decks. The chief mutant hunter, who is responsible for eliminating heresy in the hold of the Voidship, went mad due to the perilous influence of the ship, or the warp. The officer climbed the parapet above the central accelerator complex and threatened to jump unless the entire crew immediately submitted to a rigorous examination to uncover physical deformities and unholy perversions. After calculating the time and financial cost of the inspection of thousands upon thousands of crew members, and consulting the tech priests about the danger of foreign materials getting into the intake and the accelerator complex, the deranged mutant hunter was graciously allowed to proceed with ending his life in the desired manner. Alright, so where... Silence of... Oh, it was actually where I was heading anyway. Well, that's convenient. That is incredibly convenient. Focusing lens. Firing range of lance weapons is reduced by 5, but their damage is increased by 30%. Yeah, I'm not going to be using that. I like my range too much. And real quick, before I decide to do this next void fight, I've done a handful of ship combats and I haven't sold off the stuff yet. So let's see if the Imperial Navy has anything of use for me. That did not get me very far. 5 torpedoes dealing 27 damage. Melta torpedoes. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna give those a try. Alright. One moment here. Something showed up that I need to, Okay, cool. I just had a message that I needed to read. And we try to fight the Drukhari Voidships.
I can see crimson lights in the void.
There are a lot of them. Okay. Well, this'll be fun.
This one goes down. Fire the launch batteries. Unleash our vengeful salvo!
I'm going to protect my left side here and hope that that's the right call. It was indeed the right call. I'm starting to learn how they work. For better or worse. Very nice. Oh, very nice, Heartless. Alright, so then I can come here.
Bleed them. Fire the launch batteries.
Well, I tried. Turn them slightly.
Annihilate them. Unleash our vengeful salvo.
Please take it out.
For the glory
There we are. No! Well, I tried.
Bleed them! This one's going down.
I'll probably take some damage for doing this. I'm okay with that, though.
Nothing. A worthy deed.
I did not, in fact, take damage there. Not that I saw, at least. New message from Master Scalander, Lord Captain. This time he's not reporting yet another attack, but the alleged location of one of the Xenos leaders. Achilles' aides have reported that said leader will be heading an attack on the paradise world Grantis. There's one catch. The planet belongs to Caligos Winterscale, another rogue trader. The Master Scalander noted in his message that responding to a distress call is unlikely to be considered an incursion into somebody else's territory. The governor of Grantis will most likely send out a call for aid the moment the raid begins, and if your void ship happens to be nearby, no one will question your reasons for landing. Yeah, I took no damage there. Nice. And then here I get maximum overdrive? No, I don't do RAM stuff. Focused efforts. And Corpus Scari chant. No. We went focused efforts and then Corpus Scari chant. Winter scale stuff should be over this way. Where is it? I'm not fond of having to make, or chart courses everywhere, but... How much scrap do I have? Enough to upgrade this again. During the warp journey, the augurs discovered a strange object that had been following the rogue trader's void ship for several hours. Judging by the distorted telemetry, it was a strangely shaped vessel of Xeno origin. The unidentified pursuer tried to approach the void ship several times, allowing the augurs to observe the shimmering energy sails unfurled among the shifting currents of the warp. The strange chase ended after the mysterious ship vanished in the depths of the Sea of Souls. An unknown ship hails you as soon as you're in the detection range. The ship, the Scarlet Pursuer, helmed by Captain Demir Shani, is footfall listed as its home port. The message hints transparently at a connection with the Caspelica mission. The Voxmaster adds that the captain has a proposal for you. Listen to the proposal. The ship lets you know they will readily reward you for any information about burning worlds in the Cronus Expanse. Ask why they're looking for burning worlds. The reply is as courteous as it is vague. The captain cites a scholarly curiosity in this understudied type of world. Upon hearing the message, Magos Pascal expresses a keen interest in burning worlds and asks the Lord Captain to take the issue into consideration. Jai Haydari immediately declares that Captain Shani would never dash about the void out of scholarly curiosity, but only for a suitably high return. In that case, perhaps the Lord Captain too might want to look into these burning worlds. Seneschal Worsarian makes no comment regarding the Caspelica message, but is amazed that for once the esteemed Magos and Mistress Haydari in passionate agreement on something. You receive the Scarlet Pursuer's projected litany, or itinerary, information on systems, which you can find it later. The captain looks forward to meeting you again. Answer the call for help from Grantis. This planet is laced with pulsating veins, strands woven from pain, but what are they? An oddity of the past or a warning from the future? Aha! I have a level up. Here... Ooh, I don't know what I take here. I don't think I have anything more to take here that's of use to me. So, I mean, I could take... advanced tracking, maybe? I'll take advanced tracking, I think. The Overseer immediately dashes to their familiar within number of cells. The Overseer can move through allies and enemies, but not through obstacles. It's always near me anyway. So, we'll just go advanced tracking. Abelard, what do you take? Bulwark? Maybe. Damage deflection against ranged attacks equal to the number of stacks of unyielding beacon. We don't really have very many stacks of that often. Eh. I'm just gonna go Bulwark. Like, it's useful against some enemies, kind of. Ah, wait, hold up. It's useful for the immune to push and forced movement effects. That's what it's useful for. Okay. Over here... Ooh, what do I want? Yeah, what do I want here? Idira... Could take strategic adaptation. Ah, yeah, no, this is actually decent. It allows me to use more attacks, which will be useful every turn after the first turn. Argenta, what are we taking here? Is this Kick? This might be Kick. We already have Reckless Rush and Wildfire. We don't need Cautious Approach or Confident Approach. Kick is very nice for just dealing a little bit of extra damage if something comes in area. I imagine it's Kick. Oh, shit, I didn't even see this one up here. What's this one do? The Arc Militant's next attack, if it hits, will cause all the targets to make a toughness resistance test with a -12 penalty. If failed, the target will suffer a negative effect based on the attack's damage type. Bleeding and slowed. Okay, yeah, no, this is useful. Before I take this, though, I'm curious. What type of damage does this do? It doesn't say. Rending damage? I'm guessing. Yeah, so it's just piercing and rending damage for the guns. That's fine. That's still bleeding and slowed. Over here, we get... We took, Reveal the Light. I think we take Show the Path now, so we can take Vigil Beyond Time. Let me double check that. Alternatively, we can take Mend Reality. Honestly, this isn't going to be useful too much currently, but I can see it being useful in the future. I mean, Show the Path is pretty nice for using on Abelard. And Vigil Beyond Time. Could be useful. But I can get that off of Mend Reality as well. I'll use this just because the extra deflection against warp damage and damage from psychic powers could be relevant at some point. And while this is kind of nice for Abelard, it's not really needed for Abelard. This is kind of win more, whereas this is a fix for a problem that might show up. I don't know. But I imagine as we fight more Xenos and warp things and less humans, warp damage and psychic powers will become more frequent. Bella? Immediately inflicts bleeding 5 on an ally of their choice, including themselves. That ally gains a 5 plus Medicae divided by 10% bonus to dodge and 3 additional movement points until the bleeding ends for any reason. Okay. I'll take that. The extra bonus to dodge will be nice. The extra movement is nice. And then I will take base skill Medicae. Just for more Medicae. 108 unbuffed HP. Jesus. Pascal, you are grabbing... The first attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals an additional damage equal to... Intelligence modifier. And then is intelligence bonus divided by 2 for the rest of combat. Which is good, because he only uses plasma. You know, when we actually use him now. Designates an enemy in a 10-cell radius as trailed and finishes the turn. If any ally kills a trailed enemy, the bounty hunter gains an extra turn after that ally's turn, with all AP and MP remaining from the moment the bounty hunter used on the trail. Bounty hunter gains an additional +2 plus target's difficulty tier divided by 2 movement. And the cooldown of Hot on the Trail is reset. Oh, that's kind of sick. Heinrichs, you are grabbing Reckless Abandon. And then we will grab... Could grab Psyker Terminus. I'm going to grab Fire Within. Every time the Psyker kills or scores a critical hit against 8 creatures in one combat, the Psyker's next attack, including attacking psychic powers, will cost 0 AP and will not count toward the attack limit per turn. And then here, we're taking advanced tracking again. Yeah. Nearly it. Here we take Yukari equipment. And I'm thinking maybe hot on the trail. What about this? Yeah, I'm gonna go hot on the trail. Philemorn, you get strategic adaptation. That one makes sense. Yes. And everybody's leveled up now. It is time for ads. They will last for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. Now I'll catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished, and we can continue. Habolite Blade Master. Is this to go up or get down? Get down. Okay. So much pain in the air, so much pointless, hollow suffering around us. Body's lying face down, its crooked fingers clinging to the ground. This woman had her spine broken, and then she was allowed to crawl in the vain hope of escape. The dead noblewoman is staring at the sky with unblinking eyes. Her fingers have been thoroughly broken, and a tangle of intestines lie atop her slashed abdomen.
Follow my lead.
The corpse is missing its eyes, nose, and lips. Judging by the maimed mouth, the teeth and tongue were
We have come here.
also
by a
torn out before.
dark invitation. The black dragon stirs in the shadows, drinking blood, waiting for you.
Idira, pull yourself together. The governor sent out a call for help. No such entreaty can be considered dark.
Someone split the man's thorax open and turned his ribs inside out.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The face and hands are twisted in a paroxysm of death throes. The victim's last moments were full of torment.
Let us see what I found.
I rise to the occasion.
Okay, we have goods here. We have goods here.
It's about time.
This planet is giving me very... What is the name of the game? Star Ocean, Last Hope vibes. I don't know why. R.I.P. that person. And that one.
At last. You took your time coming to meet me, monkey.
The Xenos, in ornate black armor, turns his head to you. His thin, pale face is covered in tattoos and blood spatters. After a moment, his thin lips stretch into a crooked, unpleasant smile. A couple of seconds pass before you realize that the Elucidator is silent. The Xenos is addressing you in low Gothic.
Hold your foul tongue, abomination. Such filth will not use that tone with the Emperor's chosen.
Abelard is white with fury.
Why? I sent an invitation by way of the cattle that dwelt on this world. And the chosen has so obediently appeared. How are my words anything but the truth?
My, this beast can speak our language?
Speaking your language is slightly less trying for my patience than being forced to listen to a monkey machine butchering our tongue. Besides, I want you to understand well what I'm about to tell you. How is it that out of all of your kind, you're the only one to discover our feasts in advance? Usually you're all so slow and sluggish that my kin always have enough time to leave the battlefield before aid arrives. But still, time and time again, your dogs have been there to stand in the Cabal's way.
He pauses, waiting for an answer. Aggravating, is it not? Having someone best you at your own game?
Do not try my patience, monkey.
We're smarter than we look.
And? That's it? Just an assertion that your kind are not as brainless as you appear to be? This answer does not satisfy me.
This person is either going to be a long-standing enemy or a companion. I'm pretty sure we get a Drukhari companion at some point in the game, potentially. And I'm guessing it's going to be this guy. And I'm just sitting here taunting the hell out of him. And I'm enjoying it. If I end up killing him, so be it.
I will tell you this, monkey. I know you might be lying to me, or you might even be unaware of who is guiding your hand. In any case, I have grown quite tired of your attempts to delay the inevitable. Surely you too have run yourself ragged, chasing us between the stars. Let us put an end to this. Finish this standoff. My forces against yours, once and for all. You wander among the stars, so you must know of this place. An ancient reach, where the echo of stellar agony rings still. A place that serves as a graveyard for old stars, still filled with residual emissions and glittering dust. The place that buried your wreck, stuffed full of delicious, frightened monkey, and the horrors that devoured them. The threshold of our domain. Your kind call it the Cinerus Maleficum. That is where our disputes will be settled. The Cabal of the Reaving Tempest will be waiting for you, monkey. Do not come unarmed.
Oh, you're finished pontificating? I think I dozed off there for a second. Do you mind repeating the whole thing from the start? The mask of composure vanishes from the Xenos' face. Spitting out a florid, vehement tirade, he draws his weapon.
I will take all of you with me. I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
He gave me a head trauma. What a dick! I mean, in fairness, I was kind of a dick to him too, but what a dick! There's an incubus, a slith, alright, I will be here. Hey. Oh, Vesper is there. That's why. Abelard, you can be over here. Hans, get over here. Adira. Cassia, you can be here. Adira, you there. Vesper, you get there. Bella, you can be there, and Argenta, I'll just let you be here. Good enough.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Nothing I can't do. Already done. Suits my purposes.
And then I will advanced tracking.
Not a problem for me.
Maybe I should advance tracking early on as well.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Alright, and then I will have you come... How does this plant not provide cover? Whatever.
Emperor, give me strength.
I'll come back here for the buffs. It's probably fine. And buff Idira.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Don't kill my burb. I need that.
Suffering will sustain me.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Will do.
I'm enraged.
God damn it, yo. Whatever.
On it. Will do. But of course.
I will strategic adaptation.
Will do.
There is a slim chance we get the kill. We did not. That's fine.
I bring agony.
Just a minor setback.
Abelard, don't die before it's your turn. That would be embarrassing as the tank.
I'll do it.
Reckless Rush. Rapid Fire.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands. Emperor.
Alright, and then we...
I'll do it.
Run and gun. To here. And concentrated fire. Followed by blowing them up. Then we come over here. Revel in slaughter. We head over here and wildfire.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And then we burst fire here.
Faith without deeds can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Furious recital. And I will head back here for cover.
Rejoice in battle.
Alright, so I'm going to move my burb over here to heal Abelard when his turn comes around. I will then give Argenta an extra turn here. Reckless Rush.
The Emperor commands, I act.
Into concentrated fire.
Be the fire in my heart.
And then you can come back here again.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Suits my purposes.
And we advance tracking. And then I can come up here and fire. I've done most of my job at this point.
You call this a strike? Nothing I can't do.
Alright, Cabela gets to go ham now. We will come up here, captive audience, and then blade dance.
Soul be purged. Death is a blessing.
We come over here.
Death comes in silence.
I keep forgetting to use Reckless Abandon.
As the tenets demand.
I will bleed myself.
Trust me. My blade whispers your name.
Pain resonance.
The shadows will see it done.
Where it hurts.
As honor ordains.
Oh, that was so much damage. Alright. And then I can come over here and just hop on this one.
Your blade and shield.
What is our dodge at? 195? Yeah, seems like a little bit of dodge. I should have Blood Oathed on the one back there as well. Whatever. It's fine. Brace for impact, Wall of Rock Crate, Endure. Sworn Enemy.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Defensive Stance.
I will do
Bulwark.
my duty.
Then we charge in.
Indeed.
And then we
At your
attack.
beck and call.
And I'll taunt.
It will be done.
Cassia, are you able to hit? No, you're not. Are you able to hit Cabela? Yes, you are. I care less about that one, though. If I have you come here, yes, then you can.
If I may,
Kind of surprised this one didn't take an attack of opportunity there.
be careful not to cross my gaze. As duty demands. I'll paint your death in colors.
Alright, Cabela. It's all you. Captive Audience. Blade Dance.
Blade whispers your name. Caught by the web. Let your soul be purged.
Then we come over here.
As the tenants demand. My blade whispers your name.
God, that does so much damage.
You will pay for this in blood.
Pain Resonance.
You call this a strike?
Blood Oath.
I will not die in dishonor.
Where it hurts.
The shadow alone brings me no pleasure.
How many stacks of this do I have? I cannot tell. One. Alright, that's fine, I suppose.
a navigator.
Abelard.
Not a servitor.
Abelard, get in
At
there.
your beck and call. Target well. Reduce the damage.
Well, that was kind of free.
Victory awaits.
Venom Blade, Primitive Sword. I will take one of those. Don't need the Splinter Rifle, I don't think. Ooh, this is some decent medium armor. Alright, first things first over here, Cabela. Did I not give you Drukhari weapon proficiency yet? I thought I did. I'd intended to. Apparently, I forgot to. Right. I was supposed to take it there instead of base skill Medicae. Oh, I don't want to have to respec you all the way. I'll just have to take it there instead. That's fine. I'll hold on to them until then. It will be fine.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I just have to remember next common talent is Drukhari weapon proficiency. Looks like this warden died before he could even raise his weapon. Pile of mutilated bodies with cut tendons and shattered bones.
Follow my lead.
The dead warden is pinned to the ground with the blade of their own broken dagger. It was plunged right under their chin to ensure the victim slowly choked to death.
Excellence matters.
When the wearer kills an enemy with Finish the Job ability, the wearer gains a plus 20% bonus to damage for 1 round, and removes the cooldown of their Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley abilities. I don't have anybody that uses any of those. That would be Cassia if I actually used her Grand Strategist abilities, but I don't. I'll hold on to it though. No harm in it. Grants wearer plus 5 bonus to persuasion whenever the wearer is affected by an ally's ability. They gain 3% dodge until the end of combat. It stacks. What is my current cloak? Increases the range of officer archetype abilities by 1. That matters far less now that I have the Overseer talent, so I'll take this, so that I just end up stacking dodge fastest from Adira's stuff. And it further increases my persuasion, which won't be as good as Cassia's, but that's fine.
A new challenge for me?
The whispers told me a secret.
And here we have a standard bolter. Single shot attacks with this pistol always score critical hits. And Armor of the Undaunted. That seems absolutely awful. 20% increased crit chance is not worth. Yeah, this is just better than what we're using here.
This is unacceptable.
Oh, it's Drukhari armor. Right. Well, yet. Abelard.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Blood is
Bella,
my
come here.
life. Death is my duty. Your time has not yet come.
The healing is much appreciated. Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
It's about time.
Alright, and then we return to our void ship. Oh, I'd missed off on a splinter rifle. That's whatever. Alright, we got that. Now we can get this. The convicts will be of much greater use to us if they are kept from sleeping by employing a small augmentation. So the Imperium is its own path that I would have to make. Okay. That is fine. Voyage of the Caspelican ship. Eye the Magnetic Storm. You know what I'm gonna do right now, actually? Before I forget that it even exists. First things first. Prussians. I need to get to... What favor with you? Thought it was you. Was it not? Is it Explorators? It is. Okay. It is Explorators. I want Invigorating Resolve. We will go with heretic trophies first. Of which there aren't very many of them. We need a 250. Or a 100 and a 150. Armor kit, ranged weaponry. Okay. There we go. Here, I grab this instead. And Cassia, you can now wear this over here. No, here. You can have that, and you can have the heavy plasma gun. Just a better version of what you had. And I'll head to the plasma drive chambers. I feel strong enough that I can probably take care of whatever's in here now. The main reason I'd been putting it off is because it's Cabela's mission, and if it's tuned to Cabela, that scares me a little. Frost Buddy, what kind of insulation is that supposed to be? If you kill us, Matthias will drag me back from beyond the grave just to give me an earful. Scrap this and start again. I will double check it. The light from the Infernus Master is Laho's stick. Reveals his surprised but amiable expression. Heinrich's lip is split and a fresh bruise is blossoming on his cheekbone. Lord Captain, didn't expect to see you in this compartment. Are you out on a stroll, taking in the sights of your domain? The blue glow of plasma is especially striking at this time of the watch. You're the most mawkish Infernus I've ever met, Master Montag. A burly man in coveralls furrows his bushy eyebrows, his sparse hair stands on end. Your lordship, welcome. I'm Shift Foreman, Nije. I'm in charge of this section. If you need anything, I'm here to help. Infernus Master, what exactly are you doing here? I'm carrying out a routine drive inspection. The regulations require scheduled checks to make sure the insulation isn't weakened, the sensors haven't been tampered with, and the reactor isn't about to blow anytime soon. Just business as usual. It's strange that the senior officer is conducting the inspection alone. According to the regulations, there should be an entire squad of Inferni, and the personal presence of the Infernus Master is necessary only in emergencies. Heinrich, why are you really here? Found me out, have you? Gives me a wink and pulls, on his Laho stick. I'm not really here about the reactor. I heard a rumor that you'd gone to investigate the plasma drive chambers, so I thought I'd make sure everything went smoothly. Your lordship is accustomed to associating with people of your rank, or officers at the very least, but here, this place is home to voidfarers of simpler manners, whose clan customs may be unfamiliar to you. The voidfarer of simpler manners furrows his brows. Our customs are decent ones, Master Montag. I'd rather boil myself in plasma than let anything happen to the Lord Captain. No offense, Nije, but if you can find even 3 people in this bay who can give a report without turning the air blue, I'll gladly admit I was wrong. Heinrich grins at the now silent Nije. You're a good bunch. I'd hate to see you insult his lordship with some foolishness and not even realize it. Thank you, Heinrich. Just keeping an eye out, your lordship. Feel free to ask old Nije any questions you may have. He knows the plasma drive chambers like the back of his hand. That's right, your lordship. If something isn't to your liking, or if you find anything suspicious, come to me at once. Not at Heinrich's bruises. How's your face? An enforcer's baton is pretty sturdy, but not as thick as the skull of a hard-boiled infernus. I have to give it to Jocasta. Her officers earn their rations. They clobber you good. Nije, have you ever seen a symbol that looks like a serpent in front of a star? Somebody keeps daubing it on the equipment and bulkheads. If I find the scoundrels, I'll tear their hands off and send them for servitorization. The shift foreman frowns. Is it some kind of sedition? I didn't know. If you see one of these, let me know. We'll try to find these artists. Heinrich rolls his Laho stick back and forth, thinking. I've also seen it on some bulkheads, crates, doors. I just assumed it was the mark of some small clan. Many Voidsmen mark their workplaces with family symbols. I want to know more about this bay. We are proud of our chambers. Power feeds the ship's main engine from here. There are other drives on the ship, but ours is the mightiest. That's to say, we do important work. Working with plasma is dangerous, but we have good crew, and not too many incidents. The esteemed tech priests are satisfied with us. The machine spirits are all working as they should. The Inferni don't complain about us either. We fix cracks in the reactor vessel on time, and we fix leaks. Shift foreman, tell me about yourself. What kind of person are you? DJ looks at you in confusion. I'm a Voidsman. Your lordship? Grew up on Footfall, joined the crew at 14, spent my whole life in this bay. I've raised no family and made no fortune, but I've climbed my way up the ranks. I don't know anything about my trade and... I don't know anything but my trade. And this compartment. I am my trade and this compartment. Lord Captain. Infernus Master, the shift foreman, and I shall handle this. Nope. I must take my leave.
None shall stand in my way.
Here. What's that?
What's what? You spotted something, but I don't see what it is. There it is. Examine the symbol. You can just make out a faded symbol on one of the tiles, a serpent, and a star. There appears to be someone's stash behind it, but the stash has long been abandoned.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Nothing escapes my sight.
All this scrap reads is received. Need more. Alright, let's see. Turn on the servitor. Oh, turn the servitor. With a pitiful clanking sound, the servitor's claw docks with the mechanism and begins to perform the necessary manipulations. Turn the servitor. This is the Steam Tech Priest Deltar. This is unacceptable. For the 10th time, you've sent us the same faulty servitors. It's been over 2 weeks, and we still can't raise the lift that's stuck between our platform and platform 92M. All because of your servitors. For the love of the throne, decommission these things if you can't fix them. Respectfully, Shift Foreman Nije.
Victory awaits!
Alright, let's call the cargo lift. Ah, I see.
A new challenge for me.
Do I see? There we go. Tarnished Breacher's Aquila. Enemies within the wearer's area of attack suffer 14% dodge penalty, and allies within the wearer's area attack gain 14% dodge for 1 round. Backpack with armor-piercing ammo. How's it going, Schlup? I ended in 29th out of 92 players. So, not terribly. Especially since my early game was so awful. But as soon as I got past Mount Moon, everything was smooth sailing. For the most part. There were still a few small hiccups, but getting past Mount Moon was definitely the bottleneck. It was very fun. Even if I'd ended up 92nd, I still would have had plenty of fun. But getting to be in the top third still feels pretty good, especially when it's been years upon years since I played that game in the order it's supposed to be played. I've played it a lot lately in Archipelago, but that has you... I essentially start in a random town, and all of the key items are handed to me by people finding it in their games. So remembering where key items are and stuff is difficult. I think if I were to do it again, I could probably make it to, like, top 20. But, yeah. There's another race going on today, but I don't really care to do it. It's a Super Mario 64 race, 16 star. I don't know anything about that game, really. I had it as a kid, I played it a lot, but it was on a file that already had, like, all the stars, essentially. Like, we'd bought it used, and it had already had all the stars, and I was just talking about as a kid, like, I don't know anything about the game, and on top of that, I hate the camera in that game. How goes the search, your lordship? There's an old cache hidden under one of the serpent symbols. You think you found someone's secret stash? What was it? Moldy Nutribar? Laho? A few thrones? Workers often hide their belongings or banned items from the enforcers or covetous neighbors. Maybe someone marked their cache with the symbol to make it easier to find later. That's just what we need, more secret stashes. I hope there was nothing forbidden in it. Forgive me, your lordship. But Voidsmen are simple folk. I've been trying to wean them off their grubby habits for years. But give them anything worth having, and all they want to do is hide it in a hole like a rat. Tonight I might end up doing some StarCraft 2 at some point. The archipelago that I'm in. I now have access to Zealots and Phoenixes, which should open up some of the Protoss levels that I have access to. It's not going to be the ideal composition, but I have at least anti-air and ground units, so. I found this in one of the caches. Show the note. What is that? Nije's thick eyebrows knit together angrily, and you almost think you see a power charge jolt across them. We've got smugglers on the loose. Who else would be hiding these strange messages? I'll have them all drawn and quartered on the turbine. I will. Now, I'd like to find out what they're smuggling. Mind if I take a look? Heinrich takes the note carefully, not to let any ash fall on it. Need more, or more what? Whoever wrote it, they didn't want anyone to know, or who wasn't in the know to understand. Using caches to exchange messages is a good way to keep things hidden from the enforcers. How some of the workers procure intoxicants and other items they're not supposed to have. There has to be another cache somewhere nearby. You never use the same one to look for both the transfer and the correspondence. Too risky. But I've never engaged in such business. I swear, I've just heard how it's done. Infernus Master, the shift foreman and I shall handle this. Nope, I must take my leave. How do I get up here? Or up here? Or am I not supposed to? Looks like I'm not supposed to.
It's about time.
Okay, is there anything else I'm supposed to do here?
I won't tolerate weakness.
I can't find anything else I'm supposed to do here, so I'm going to guess that I've done everything that I can.
None shall stand in my way.
Attention to detail is
Oh,
the key
hold
to
up.
success.
Improvised Weber. Well, that's not what I wanted to find. Strange weapon was hidden in the cache. The shift foreman... Oh, maybe it was what I wanted to find. Alright. Alright. It is time for ads. They will play for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished, and we continue on.
I'm restless.
How goes the search, your lordship? So the improvised Weber. I found this in a cache marked with a serpent. Nije holds the weapon as if it's going to bite him, sweat beading on his forehead. Machine spark shake me. A homemade weapon and assembled right in this compartment. The markings are the same as those on local machine parts. This is a very serious matter. It seems someone is plotting a riot and secretly building their own arsenal from scavenged materials right under our noses. Heinrich deftly examines the weapon. Interesting. Nije is right. This could get a whole bay executed. No wonder these scoundrels are so cautious. We need to find and capture whoever set up these caches and hid the weapons. The shift foreman shrugs sheepishly. I tell you the truth. I'm no good at hunting rule breakers. It's not what I do. You give the orders, and we will do it. We shall set up an ambush near the caches. Sooner or later, someone will come to check on them. If these guys are Shift Foreman's thick fingers drum thoughtfully on his tool belt. If these guys are smart, they'll spot the enforcers near the cache and stay out of sight, and your lordship would be spotted even quicker. We shall conduct a raid. We'll turn the place upside down, but we'll find them. We'll spook them, your lordship. By the time the enforcers finish their search, all the rats will have scattered and covered their tracks. Then we'll use the Inferni. They often carry out inspections here. No one will suspect them. Clenching his fist until his knuckles crack, Heinrich resolutely says, "We'll help. We have a couple of people in mind, tough lads. I'll get them here right away." Let's catch that vermin. Consider the dirtbag caught. The man kneeling before you is an ungainly build, a stubborn jaw, and a heavy gaze. He looks no different from any other worker in this compartment, except for the tattoo on his forearm, its design resembling a worm devouring a star. One of the Infernus workers is holding the Weber taken from the prisoner, exactly like the one that was in the cache. The Master-at-Arms regards the Infernus sternly. The weapon, hand it over. What you saw, keep it to yourself. Your cooperation with the enforcers will be noted. Study the prisoner. The pigment of the tattoo looks fresh, standing out starkly against the color of his skin, which means that it is a very recent addition. You look closely and notice a pair of scars at the base of his neck, suspiciously reminiscent of an almost healed bite. Who is this man? Shav Galai, servant of the Blessed Lath Beta 2 Diligence. Low-ranking worker, easily replaceable, no apparent signs of mutation. Good work, Heinrich. Were any of your people harmed? Thank you, your lordship. Not a scratch on us. He's a piece of work, right enough, but he's no fuel compartment fire. More like a sparking cogitator. Starbeck glares at him with visible jealousy, but Heinrich just keeps smiling smugly. Address the prisoner. Well, do you feel like talking yet? The prisoner gives you the smile of a man condemned and snaps. I've got nothing to say to you, heretic. Choking with rage, Starbeck grabs the maul from her belt. She rasps, "Allow me, Lord Captain, please." Or me. Heinrich's menacing scowl has instantly robbed him of his friendly charm. I'm happy to oblige. Watch your tongue, peasant. You are in the presence of... Calm yourself. Talk to me. I will not let these people do what they intend to do. Man laughs with contempt and then starts chanting. Tempting are the promises of heretics, but barren is the darkness-cursed void in which they bury the souls of those who trust them. Argenta exhales hoarsely. Damn you all, distorters of holy words. His soul is pale, almost colorless, but alien hues have seeped into it. Unthinkable and insane. And they came from without. I'm the heretic, am I? Either fear has robbed him of reason, or he has a very skewed perspective. The prisoner jerks as if trying to point at you with his tied hands. You're a false believer, a fake captain. You're leading people into the gloom of heresy, away from salvation. Watch your tongue, peasant. You're in the presence of the rogue traitor. Terrorize me, torment me, gratify your rotten heart, heretic. Know the strength of a martyr's spirit, and come to fear it. The prisoner's eyes flash as he gives you an inviting gap-toothed smile. I will oversee the interrogation myself. As you command, although I believe this zealot will require some effort, questioning fanatics is a long and exhilarating process. Abelard grumbles, and once again, the Lord Captain is doing his subjects' work for him. Dirty, bloody work. Inject him with substances that will break the subject's will, but be sure not to melt his brain. I kinda want to have Adira acquaint the man with what lies beyond the veil of reality. I could torture him as I've been tortured in my background choice. This gives a little XP, but, like... they're all good options. Adira, acquaint this man with what lies beyond the veil of reality. Adira lays her hands on the prisoner's temples, looks into his eyes, and opens her mouth. The shadows in the room dart back and forth, and an unnatural, discordant wave of noise bursts from the Psyker's lips. The man's body shudders, his breathing turns ragged, his face contorts into a grimace of pain and horror. Blood trickles from his nose. A few minutes later, Adira staggers back to you. He's had enough. If I go any harder on him, his brains will roll up and crawl out of his nostrils. And honestly, I've had enough too. Better stop now before we wind up with some warp spawn on our hands. The man whimpers incoherently, but grits his teeth. Your song, I hear it, I won't break. Not much longer, your lordship. I will torture him as I was tortured, because I don't know if my next playthrough I will have this option. But I'm sure that I will have this option. Allow me to educate you. The anguish of your distant past resurfaces in your mind. You know how to make flesh suffer, and so you make it suffer. Your handiwork rivaling that of your own former torturers. Thorbeck bites her lip as she stares at you and the writhing man. You were a good student. A gurgling sob falls from the man's lips. Stop, I'll talk. Whom do you serve? The cult of the Ravenous Star, the true believers, the righteous, the purest congregation, they who hear the songs of his angel. This angel, is that the old sorcerer who appeared before me and promised my demise? Did he brainwash you all, or is someone else leading you? Old sorcerer? No, the angel's not of the woeful human form. He is splendor. His visage is a divine inspiration of the many-armed emperor. You faithless one, you were granted the honor of gazing upon the Magus, our good shepherd, our messenger. The captive lets out a deranged chuckle. If you beheld the angel, you would scratch your own brain out through your... I don't know what happened there. My throat just suddenly went dry. Pardon me. You would scratch your own brain out through your eye sockets, for you would realize the depth of your wickedness before him. Many armed. A deep furrow appears on Sarbeck's brow. Blast it, Lord Captain, we are dealing with an extremely dangerous a cult that excels at hiding among humans. Ow. Alright, what do you know about our enemy? Very little. As per regulations, every Master at Arms passes on special instructions to their successor. Instructions that more resemble disturbing tales. Some of them mention genetic cults, covert clans, cliques, and sects that all share one common trait, Xenos infestation. These things pass themselves off as ordinary people, as rabble or preachers corrupting new groups. They pray to their unholy idol, which they often refer to as the Many-Armed Emperor. They create ever-growing families and produce offspring, hideous at first, but with each new generation more and more human in appearance, and then they rise up. Why the Many-Armed Emperor? The Arms Lord Captain. These Xenos have more arms than normal. They twist and pervert. Our faith, probably for the sole reason that it gives them blasphemous pleasure. Why do they choose to act among the rabble specifically? The lower decks have plenty of dark corners for the Xenos to lie in wait. Commoners are too dull-witted and spineless to identify the threat before it's too late. And at the same time, they are dull-witted and spineless enough to serve as cannon fodder, to be thrown at the cult's enemies when the uprising begins. What is their objective? Power? Bloody sacrifices to their god? Their end goal is always mutiny. They can prepare for many generations, accumulating weapons and numbers until one day they attack. That day is their day of revelation, the apotheosis of their profane faith. They think that on that day their blasphemous star children will descend from the void and elevate their worshippers. Let us return to interrogating the prisoner. In lieu of answering, Sarabek nods grimly, lost in troubling thoughts. Why did the conspirators recruit you? I believed. I found him. I bowed to him. His angel's kin granted me a revelation. It entered my flesh. It let me join the congregation. The man's words devolve into nonsensical muttering. I wish to know everything about your vile cult. We believe in the Many-Armed Emperor, he who waits for his children cast out into the unknowable abyss. He is kind, merciful, he uproots tyrannies of evil, he sends his angel to the righteous, and angels kin follow. A man lowers his gaze with an expression of surprise. It seems he has described his paltry religion in its entirety. This is a pawn, a mindless tool. He was brainwashed and forced into submission. He's not even their distributor of their ideology. He was merely fed the rudiments. And without trusting him with anything important, they sent him out to serve and die. What are you plotting? A mutiny? Death? Yours? Fake captain? The faithful are already aiming for your heart. I was ordered to stockpile weapons so that when the fateful hour comes, the righteous would not stand unarmed. I wouldn't say that these improvised webbers are that much better than fighting with bare hands, but until we are done with the cleanup, every enforcer will carry a combat knife fit for cutting through nets. Where are you hiding? Where are your leaders? In a sanctuary, a tomb for heretics, a quiet place. The dynastic crypt. The vermin have infiltrated the crypt, holding the bodies of the worthiest servants of the dynasty. No one is allowed inside, save the Lord Captain's personal retinue, and they dared... But how? The crypt's defenses are impenetrable. I presume our next objective is the Von Valencius dynastic crypt? Yes, your lordship, we must attack now. While we still have the element of surprise, I will lead the strike force, but I will require your presence and Confessor Adalbert's help. Fierce machine spirits guard the dead. They won't let an armed troop pass without a direct command from the rogue trader in the ring of the ship's confessor. I will meet you at the doors. Casting a glance at the prisoner, whispering incoherently under his breath, Zarbek adds offhandedly, "And this vile scum, with your permission, I'll throw him out of the airlock. I doubt he will be of any further use." Sorry, I just have a persistent cough now, after that first, fit. He does not deserve an easy death, I'm pretty sure I know what kind of, Xenos this is, and what he might be infected with, essentially. This could be amusing. We are not monsters. No matter what he thinks of us, turn him in on the nearest colony for a life sentence on a penal world. The nearest colony could be my colony, though, so I don't know if I want to do that. Out the airlock he goes. It will be done, your lordship. Voidship Crypt. Laid to rest in the ship's crypt are members of the Von Valencius dynasty and their loyal subjects who were given the honor of accompanying the rogue trader beyond the grave. Alright.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Adalbert, the ship's confessor, solemnly raises his hands above the altar and speaks mournfully. "Heed me, O guardian spirits. We have come to punish a great desecration. Heresy has made its lair in the dynastic crypt and disturbed the peace of our honored dead. I beg you to perform the ritual of unsealing and allow us passage." A hand-shaped panel opens the altar of unsealing. The panel is lined with sharp spikes. Lord Captain, we now require your blood. The crypt will not open without the rogue trader's genetic signature. Confessor Adalbert, I ask for your blessing before a righteous battle. May the Emperor protect his children who carry forth his cleansing flame. Hear the roar of chainswords and bellow of autoguns, for they are his voice. Oft do I preach clemency to our noble officers, but this I say to you now, lay aside pity and show no mercy. Show no mercy. Argenta's face brightens in the anticipation of battle, and her eagerness spreads to the enforcers. Master-at-Arms, are your people ready? Ready as never before, your lordship. They are incensed by this profane intrusion and eager to exterminate the menace that, before the eyes of our departed ancestors, my enforcers will secure the side sections of the crypt to prevent any flanking attacks. Place your hand inside the panel. The panel's mechanical teeth sting your flesh and you feel your blood trickling down the small ducts into the altar's bowels. You hear a click, and then the crypt doors open with a piercing creak. Beyond them, you see nothing but darkness. Sacrilege, the hallowed crypt, must remain illuminated at all times to drive away the shadows from the place of the ancestors' final repose. This was done on purpose, I'm sure of it. Our coming is expected. Vanguard, provide the Lord Captain with Illuminator Servo Skull. She gives you a surprisingly easy smile and bows. Take care of your lordship, and watch out for dark corners. Move out for House von Valencius.
For the Emperor! I'll show you how it's done. Moving out.
Go, go, go! It is that. That's it. I'll see.
Your lordship, wait, there's Ben. Heinrich bursts into the ante-compartment and stops short when he sees the open doors and the gloom beyond it. Damn, I'm too late. I meant to report an act of sabotage. They've cut off the promethium supply to the crypt's lighting. You're walking into an ambush? Whether through darkness or well-lit halls, we're going in. I fear we might be underestimating the enemy. Enforcers have already done it once. I, the Infernus Guild, will join you in this fight, if you would have us. To get inside, the aberrations would have had to make a passage for themselves somewhere in the crypt's perimeter. No one knows the maintenance tunnels better than us. We could find the breach and attack the enemy from the rear. I doubt a few workers armed with axes and torches will make much of a difference, but we would be honored to die in your name. And arm yourselves properly. A torch seems like a poor weapon indeed. Depends on who's wielding it, Heinrich says with a chuckle, but then his expression darkens. The Infernus Guild is banned from taking up arms. Our clan is branded because our ancestors were rebels. The station where we originally hail from once rose against Lady Theodora's predecessor. The traitors were killed, and the rest of the station was left stranded in the void to die without air or water. Out of those who repented, the rogue traitors selected 1,000 who were allowed to board on ship. Those spared people became the Infernus Guild, repairmen, firefighters, those who bear the brunt of any disaster, and are first to die. That was our penance. It's been centuries, and still we die, not just because our duty demands it, but because we atoned for what our ancestors did. The enforcers keep reminding us about it, and if they see an armed Infernus, they'll execute them on the spot. Such was the Lord Captain's will. I hereby remove the brand of shame from the Infernus Guild and permit them to carry weapons, fight and die for the ship. I never would have dared to ask your lordship. We will live up to your expectations, I swear it. Those who die today will die smiling, for today is a great day for our people. The Infernus Master and his people leave the hall, the doors of the crypt are open, it's time to step into the darkness. Oh, that immediate autosave that it did. I don't like that.
Victory awaits!
The gates have been blocked, cut off possible escape routes for the heretics and enforcers alike. They will not open until your victory has been secured. In the pale light of the lumen, a servitor looks like an animated corpse, but no grave will ever accept a human who has become a thing.
Follow my lead!
This is very aesthetic. I like this place so far. Remember the deeds of the hero who died to protect the Lord Captain. Here lies Alaric Wolfgang of Gastjar, the first seneschal to have come on board this vessel. Your duty is done. Now others will serve in your stead.
I won't tolerate weakness.
There are large footprints in the dust, but 2 feet are of different shapes, one human and the other clawed and horribly mutated.
These bones of the dead should be serving the living. They could be used in rites or divinations, or as amulets. Why are they here, gathering dust, and concealed from people's eyes?
A new challenge for me?
The skull gives in and something clicks beneath it. Somewhere in the dark, a passage opens up with a rumbling groan.
Halt! I noticed something.
Glory to the diligent servants of the dynasty who have exalted the title of seneschal. A black, viscous substance resembling partially dried saliva is slowly eating through the surface of the monument.
It's about time.
Whenever the wearer scores a critical hit with a ranged attack, their next attack against any target automatically hits and cannot be parried or dodged. Needle pistol shells are scattered across the floor. They do not belong in this realm of tranquil glory.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
We are rogue traders, and ours is a rare destiny. Yet, we still remember those who once walked at our side, who served us, whom we honored. Wires protrude from the servitor's severed head, wrapping around a fragment of its spine. The broken jaw twitches frantically, struggling to shut.
None shall stand in my way.
The servitor is gone. Fresh pools of blood and embalming fluid drip down into some deep grooves on the floor that look like they were left by monstrous claws. This place definitely has me a little on edge. The gate does not yield. The Illuminator servo skull beam reveals the lifeless cable of the entry cogitator snaking in the dark. The sarcophagus was installed recently. Its inscription reads, "Here lies Archmilitant Mort." Sorry. Here, Archmilitant Mort keeps his eternal vigil, protecting in death the one he could not protect in life.
I won't tolerate weakness. Done.
Find a way to open the door. Crypt main hall. Hold up. There's something over here that I have not yet looted. Aha!
Follow my lead.
Reacher's armor? I mean, that's just really good. It's just better than what you're using, right? Wait. I see. Lore Imperium divided by 10 armor. I could wear it. It would give me a lot more armor. And 10 perception. I lose a nice chunk of dodge. %, armor for about...
Not my specialty.
I like this. I think I like this. I end up gaining a bunch of dodge from this anyway. It'll be fine, probably. Above the 100 different names is an engraved inscription. To all who made the highest sacrifice for the dynasty and paid with their life, honor, and name, I will remember you.
Victory awaits.
And then it has a list of the names there. That's neat. Okay. Forward Faithful, pure. I don't know what was said there.
Die in human scum!
To the defilers!
Alright, so what was said there was... Forward Faithful, pure, crush those who oppose the coming of the many-armed Emperor. Alright, how do I get rid of your... Don't stand in the zone. Got it. coordinated trap. Telekinetic dome. Okay, so just jump on him with Cabela. Got it. I don't see a zone currently, unless I'm being absolutely blind, which would not be a first. Argenta, you can be here. Abelard, you can be here. Dira, you can be there. I will be here. Johan's there. Cabela. First things first, we buff me.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Give me a turn.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I will give this to Argenta here.
Suits my purposes. Not a problem.
And then we propagate buffs.
Already done. Oh,
Turn on the Medicaid signal. Advanced tracking.
Nothing I can't do.
And then we gaze this direction. Looks like we'll get 2 kills and hit another, possibly stunning. And we did stun. Nice. And I will give everyone here armor.
If I may.
99% armor with Abelard. Nice. Reckless Rush. We move here. And I will rapid fire.
Doubt is for the weak.
Before bursting.
I'll do it. It's a prayer.
Huh. Wasn't aware that was destructible. Kinda neat that it is, though. Alright, we run and gun into Revel and Slaughter. We run up here. Swap over to Concentrated Fire.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
And then we can Move up here. %. I'll just swap over to this then. I can't make another attack anyway. That's fine.
Rejoice in battle.
I'll take the pot shot. It's a 0%, but who cares?
The angel will reward us.
Cabela! The hell are you? Alright, Cabela. I am going to request that you go ham.
As on our old days.
I will captive audience. Blade dance.
Final web. Let your soul be purged. The other side awaits. Let your soul be purged. As
Blood
on
oath.
days. The
Where it
shadows will
hurts.
see it done. I shall not die as a blessing. Trust me. As the tenants demand.
Ah, I see. These are actual things I need to destroy. Cool, but I accidentally destroyed one then. Convenient. Sadly, they don't bleed. So I will just
By the web.
keep my charges of this.
I will leave
And we can move back here to be next to Argenta for when buffs get passed out.
We bring deliverance. The Sire's song guides me.
Ah, yes. Gene Stealers. My favorite. We are dealing with Tyranids. Oh, yeah. We like those. Alright, I'm going to move up here. And, how do I want to do this? I'll move up here. I will move Argenta. Have her come over here.
God Emperor, move through me.
Be the fire in my heart.
And then I can give her another turn.
I am fear incarnate.
We revel in slaughter.
Do it. Doubt is for the
Reckless
weak.
rush.
As the
Rapid
Emperor
fire.
commands, I act. Faith without deeds escapes the Emperor's judgment.
Yeah, that felt good there. And I'll just come back. Ah, man.
Duty prevails.
Alright, then I'll move back here. And I will
Guided
concentrated
by faith.
fire.
I'll do it.
Okay, then we do that. And then we wildfire into devastating attack.
Deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands.
And I'll move back here and fire on them.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Oh, wait. That's actually hurting him? No. It looked like it was for a second, but it did not. Alright, and then we do this. And I will study superiority.
Will of the righteous. I'll do it.
Cool. And we should be getting essentially another turn here again. Abelard. Charge on up here.
I will do my duty.
Brace for impact.
It will.
Wall of Rockcrete. Endure.
Indeed.
Alright, Adira. I need you to relocate your burb. Like, here.
It's my toy, and I'm gonna control it myself.
Cassia, you're not getting the buffs. Sorry to say.
Not a problem.
Advanced tracking again. And I relocated up to here. Adira. You get to move here, and then
They who discern
buff everyone but
future
Cassia,
own the
apparently.
battlefield.
Will do. Was that you? Or... Let's see what you can do.
We send the burb up there. We move over here.
But of course. Anything else?
Abelard, you are now absolutely online. So you can Wall of Rockcrete, Endure, Defensive Stance, Charge in.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
It stopped my charge.
Victory is imminent. One fewer target.
That's fine, I guess.
Indeed.
We'll taunt this way.
Will rule
Daring
the
breach.
stars themselves.
And then we come up here. It's not even round 2 yet, by the way. I would like to point that out.
Follow my lead. One fewer target.
I think all that's left is like a building or two. These 2 buildings, maybe? Oh, there's a neophyte gunner here that I'd missed. Oops. Is that really all? Okay. I could have killed everything this turn, but,
My place is at the fore.
I didn't see that one. Oopsies.
Follow my lead. Moving out. Weather the storm.
Break them around.
Okay, I come here.
I have read tomes of military
Point of
tactics.
curiosity them towards me.
Believers will inherit all.
Waking
I am a
Nightmare.
navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the painted black?
Alright. I will start this dialogue after the ads. They're going to play for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Ads are finished. And we continue on. The old man before you resembles a human being, but the scaled, bony growths going from the bridge of his nose to the top of his bloated, hairless head, the grotesque cheekbones and the black claws on his meaty fingers leave no doubt that this creature is a genetic aberration. He utters in a creaking voice, black spittle sprang from his mouth. You have spilt the blood of the congregation. You have offended the purest of his chosen children. You heretic. The creature's last words elicits a nervous laugh from the nearby enforcers. The irony of this embodied perversion of the human form accusing you of heresy is not lost on them. The confessor whispers a quiet prayer. The master-at-arms is watching the old man's every move, her lips twisted in contempt. Master-at-arms, report. Starbeck's gaze remains trained on the mutant. You notice deep wounds on her chest and shoulder, but she shows no signs of acknowledging their existence. Strike forces have cleared the side section of mutants. The freaks fought like madmen, but they could not match the skill of the Von Valencius enforcers. Once victory was secured, our pursuit units made sure that none would escape. Our flamer squads are in the process of purging the crypt. All degenerates confirmed dead. Sarbeck, I pardon the enforcers, their negligence that led to treason endangering the ship. You and your people have proven yourselves. She bows her head respectfully and her expression relaxes. She responds with a weak smile. Thank you for restoring our honor, Lord Captain. Heinrich, I see that you found the hole through which the mutant scum wormed their way inside. We have. This discovery cost the guild 68 souls. It was crowded in those tunnels. They set monsters on us. But few things can scare someone who has seen a fire in the arsenal bay. Starbeck casts a hostile look at the auto pistol in Heinrich's belt, but says nothing. Adalbert, how much of the crypt has been desecrated? The accursed spawn have disrespected the spirits of the dead, but thankfully they did not have enough time to wreak as much destruction as they could have. Many tombs were disturbed, but what is most outrageous, Adalbert carefully presents you with a sapphire blue gemstone. They sought to despoil Lady Theodore's urn. After her ladyship's cremation, her ashes were made into this magnificent relic, an example of resilience and purity. One of the heretics dared to lay claim to it. Abelard stares at the gem with crestfallen expression. His lip twitches as if he's struggling against a new wave of grief, or else enraged at the thought of someone so heinously violating Theodore's rest. He forces himself to look away without saying a word. The sight of the gem takes Adira's breath away. You catch her quiet whisper. She's beautiful, even in death, she shines on. Do all rogue traders have their remains turned into gemstones? Not all, no. Tradition demands that the Lord Captain's body be burned so that no one could use samples of their tissue or blood to gain access to the ship's systems that require the rogue trader's genetic imprint. Lady Theodore herself once voiced her desire to be turned into a stone. I kind of want to take it just to see what it's like, but the proper thing is to return it to the urn. Let me see what the item is. Theodore's Immaculacy. Thank you for not telling me what it does. Increases the wearer's persuasion is increased by XX. I don't need it. Return the relic to Lady Theodora's urn. I will perform the ritual and pray in hopes of easing Lady Theodora's anger. The ashes of the other eminent dead, whose rest was disturbed, will be transferred to the Reliquary Chapel. Rites of redemption will be held day and night. Thousands of the ship's crew will be allowed to kneel before the relics and pray for the Lord Captain's health and the dynasty's prosperity. Well then, let's see what the ringleader has to say. You shall perish in the cold void. Your heart shall beat its last under the light of uncaring stars. Your lungs shall become trees of ice within your chest. You will never receive the grace of the many-armed emperor. The old man calls curse after curse down upon you with spiteful satisfaction. I have words to say to you as well, heretic. Every beast akin to you shall perish in the flames of purgation. Their hearts shall burn away, and their lungs shall boil until their chests burst. You promise us death? We are already cutting through your vicious spawn. The old man lets out a hateful shriek and starts thrashing like a monster of the warp before a holy image. Thorbeck, make it hurt. Nah, nudge one of his wounds with the toe of your boot. The old man doubles over, but it is not pain or fear, but burning hatred that contorts his face. Go on, torture me, I'll endure it all. My time may be up, but you are all doomed. I will gladly spit the words of truth in your face, and they will burn you like acid. In death I will send the hosts of pure voices, and I will await the day when you will pay for the shed blood of his children. It was you I saw in that vision? Are you the leader of this spawn? The mutant erupts in wet, slurping laughter. I am the herder of the pure. The many-armed emperor has blessed my mind with the ability to behold him, and I guided his children until you came and slaughtered us, heretic. Their loathsome tribe has spawned a sorcerer. Thorbeck grimaces in disgust, no doubt to help them brainwash more victims and swell the cult's rank. What are you? Are you mutants or Xenos? His face becomes a gloating grimace. We are the pure, we are the congregation, children of the many-armed emperor, the genetic perfection of existence. You will never understand. You are of inferior flesh. Your genes are woven from feebleness and misery. We are the new curve of the spiral. We are one, and thus we are strong. Who's the many-armed emperor? The true God who comes through the void to us, his devout children. The universe is an abyss of horrors, and only he can save us. But not you, vile heretics. You are all doomed. Why did you make your lair here in the crypt? None wander in here. We were free to offer our prayers without fear of discovery, and the sight of dead heretics was pleasing. Trampling your bones was a righteous act. That is why I ordered the pure to sunder the walls of your bone vault and make this place a sanctuary for the congregation. Demolition test. You glance at the gaping hole in the adamantine bulkhead. It is almost unbelievable that the mutants were able to make a hole like that. They would have required truly powerful industrial equipment, not the kind that can be easily assembled or stolen. Now I see why so many inspectors of the adjacent compartments have had accidents. Are there more of you freaks on board? Where did you even come from? 40 years ago, the profaner, Theodora, the false sovereign, stopped at the trade outpost, Harryoak's Rim, to replenish her crew. The outpost had long served as a bastion of the pure. My brethren and I were chosen to embark on her ship and prepare it for the coming of the many-armed emperor. This uprising against your godless dominion has been many years in the making. You notice that the crypt looks surprisingly undefiled, even after all these years. The heretics could have turned it into an inconceivable nightmare. Yet the signs of corruption are few and localized here. Harry Oak's Rim. That cesspool of abomination must be burned. Who knows how many ships they have infected over the decades. I've had enough. Hang this carrion. The man's face twists in rage, and his milky eyes bulge. He hisses, "The many-armed emperor cometh. The true god shall avenge us, and when he does, I will laugh." His string of doom sayings is silenced by a kick from the master-at-arms.
Never doubt me.
What do we have here? Rebel sniper rifle. It's just worse than this one, right? Yeah. What kind of goods do we have here? A bio dagger? This is neat. It's not a sword, though, which really sucks. Because I swear Cabela has something that scales with swords specifically. Every hit from this pistol increases the level of damage over time effects suffered by the target by +5. Does not stack. Does it not stack, or is it every hit? What? Whatever. It's not something I'm going to use this playthrough anyway. This is really neat, but also not something I'm going to be using this playthrough. The hole in the wall seems to grin with broken teeth, as if mocking the dynasty's ancestors. It would be impossible to make a hole like that without industrial tools. Theodora's statue towers over the broken urn. Her gaze is confident and bold, as if she is challenging those who dared disturb the rogue trader's rest.
A new challenge for me.
Isoline. Neat. A Weber. We don't like Webers. Webers suck. The evidence discovered on the upper level or layer of the crypt suggests that the conspirators are heavily armed and have mutants in their midst. Nice. Targets of the Webers must pass an agility or resistance. Nice. Not that it mattered, since I beat them on turn 1, but, you know. This sarcophagus belongs to the first rogue trader of House von Valentius. Merciless time has erased their name from their stone. The sarcophagus has been turned into a container. Supplies, ammunition, and bandages lie in an unceremonious pile on top of the bones. The monument was shattered to give the defenders better field of fire.
It's about time.
Is there anything I can say to Sarbeck? No. What about Adelbert? No. Alright.
None shall.
That was a fun little fight. I am level 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Where to and what now? Okay, I will head to... Oof. I will head to Telecos Epsilon. And then from there, this is Janus, this is Foulstone. I'll head down this way and then teleport back up there. Maybe I can do something with the magnetic storm now. Mysterious sickness struck the clan living in one of the macro cannon chambers. The disease spread quickly, causing the afflicted to writhe with unbearable stomach cramps and expire after several days of agony. Before the officers could react, the neighboring clans took the issue into their own hands and flooded the chamber with carbon monoxide. The macro cannon was put back into service, and the vigilantes were punished for subjecting the rogue trader servants to mob justice. Lord Captain, the Lex mechanics assigned to the Astropathic Chapel are reporting a significant drop in our communications potential. This may be a consequence of the telepathic ritual in which your lordship deigned to participate. The enforcers report that the choir master asked for an audience with the Lord Captain and has since locked himself in the chapel, refusing to let anyone in. As brazen as the audience request may seem, I cannot shake the feeling that it is a cry for help. Master at Arms reports a disturbance in the Foundry Bay. A certain Nemesite, an avenging figure beloved by lower deck rabble, shot the commandant during a routine medical supply delivery and called on the vessel's serfs to fight for a better life. The rabble immediately plundered the medical storehouse and proceeded to smash other supply stations, slaughtering officers as they went. The Nemesite has escaped, and the situation on deck is increasingly spinning out of control. The Master at Arms asks permission to employ the harshest possible treatment, not simply to restore order, but to avenge the dead commandant, as well as the fallen officers. Discover the details of the commandant's murder. The Nemesite's reason for the attack had to do with the widow of a respected foreman. She had delayed the queue by begging to be given medicine for her afflicted children, which the commandant refused because her request exceeded the expenditure quota. The widow persisted and was given 10 lashes on the spot. That's when the Nemesite fired the fatal shot that set off the mutiny in the compartment. Learn more about Nemesite. Master-at-Arms reports that this is the 4th Nemesite to operate on the lower decks over the past few years. The previous 3 were captured by enforcers, and each openly identified themselves as Nemesite. The public executions evidently had no effect. People continue to rally around their hero as soon as one emerges, and always believe in the invulnerability of their champion. The Seneschal points out all Nemesites act in the same fashion. Whenever the rabble's feeling oppressed, they step forward, serving as the spark that ignites the fires of sedition. They target the officers most hated by the workers for their strictness and adherence to order, with every murder bringing cheers from the commoners. The Voxmaster shares the rumors about Nemesite that abound on the lower decks. Some say he arises from the blood of oppressed laborers, some that he is the vessel's spirit of justice. Others still believe he is an immortal hero. Such veneration makes it very difficult to capture the Riffraff's champion. In light of the discovery of the Gene Stealer's cult still on the ship, Heinrich van Kalix recommends paying special attention to the Nemesite story. The interrogator suspects that an escaped mutant is behind the incitement to revolt. It is too similar to one of the tactics employed by these enemies of humanity. Request information about the Foundry Bay. It is a place of unbearable heat and poisoned air, where scrap metal is melted down into plates that are later used to repair and refit the hull. There are no critical facilities here, and the bay is fairly easy to isolate. This opens up opportunities for quelling unrest with no casualties among the enforcers. Comfort the exhausted people by giving them medicine and supplies. The unrest has subsided, while the serfs praise the rogue trader's generosity. The enforcers gloomily predict the rabble will simply shed blood even more quickly and willingly the next time they find themselves lacking for something. The enforcers from different decks of the Von Valencius vessel report a terrifying sight. The skin of some crew members has become translucent, revealing knots of muscle and blood vessels beneath. Worse yet, small spider-like insects were seen scurrying inside them, snow white and sparkling like ice. The transformed could not see this phenomenon in themselves or anyone else, only occasionally complaining about a prickly feeling in their extremities. Some were branded as mutants and killed. The survivors reverted back to the vessel after the vessel emerged to real space. The warp released us from its embrace, for now. Alright, looks like I have more stuff to do on the ship. We shall do. To the Astropathic Chapel. Okay. There's some warp shenanigans going on here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Where's my nice Astropathic Chapel music? An unpleasant heaviness grows in your head as if a vice were slowly tightening its grip on your mind. The choir master is kneeling, his burnt-out eyes peering into the void. He raises his head, and you see a weary old man, weak and frightened. He whispers, "She is here. Adeline has returned. She is asking me for help. But you scare her. She's hiding from you. You will not harm her, will you?" From every direction, every shadow, comes playful, girlish laughter. How many of these do I have to ban a day? At times, it transforms into an old man's rueful weeping, at other times into a deep growl of annoyance. The sounds form cold, malicious words. The sorrow will be eternal. Argenta's scornful laughter cuts through the sinister whispers. Sorrow? To perceive corruption is a triumph. For once you perceive it, you can eradicate it. Power, blasphemous spawn, I hear your voices, and I follow the trail. The whispers keep saying we should kill old Whis. They're just so giddy about it. I guess we shouldn't kill him then? The whispers never get excited about anything good? His is such a terribly wounded soul. It is all but sunk beneath the gray-blue blisters of guilt, and they are swelling ever so rapidly. The last silvery speck of hope could fade at any moment. Firemaster, what's going on? Whis says nothing. His otherworldly gaze is directed through you and past you to a spot further inside the chapel. His lips silently whisper a name over and over again. I address the shadows. What twisted creature are you? I am the victims. I am the murdered innocents. I am his guilt. How do I find Adeline? Adeline? She is there in the shadows. A tortured sigh escapes his feebled body. Many shadows lie. The true ghosts are hiding among the false ones. But I hear. I hear Thaddeus's earnest prayer and old Stavros's words of disappointment. He always doubted my talent as a mentor. I hear poor Antonius's scream, the scream he let out when he unwillingly gave up the last of his vitality. Annis's plea, I condemned her to an existence as a half-machine. I almost sense Savidia's touch. She tried to save me, but she fell instead. So many voices, all condemning me for what I did. Find them, separate the true voices from the false echoes. I will find your Adeline and bring her out into the light. The shadows croak hoarsely in an old man's voice. Why do you seek his redemption? He was always a terrible leader and a talentless mentor. He doomed everyone. The indignant tremble grows into a roar of righteous condemnation. He was arrogant, having no notion of his own wretchedness. He did not put his faith in the Emperor, but instead believed himself to be invincible. The voice grows weaker. It is now a young man's, soft and full of anguish. And he paid for his mistake with our lives. It was cruel and painful. The voice grows heavy with a metallic clang. We begged him to reconsider, but he took our minds away as punishment. The shadow's speech is now gentler, more feminine, but we were loyal to him regardless. We tried to save him, even though he had not saved us. The voice becomes cold, resonating with sorrow from beyond this world. He is guilty. You've taught us everything, and we will not fail you. We are ready.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Ow. Holy shit. That was almost a wipe for clicking the wrong one. Okay then.
The dead know nothing. and neither do the ignorant. There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
I'm grateful.
I will mend the thread between body and soul.
Injuries will not slow me.
There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
Thank you.
I don't care about your crippled arm. That's fine.
Your time has not yet come.
I stand and recognize.
And I do care about the minus action
There is
point,
life
though.
in you yet. Use it wisely.
Thank you.
You get a trauma, and you get a trauma. Yeah. Yeah. That was painful. Okay, so don't click on the wrong one. You're a failure of a teacher. You have taught them nothing.
Victory awaits.
The God Emperor is a lie. The Astronomicon is a lie. We're all going to perish. I call you, O Prince of Pleasure. I entrust you with my puny soul, and I beseech you for our protection. O God Emperor, protect us from the horrors of the Empyrean. Shield us from the Immaterium's corruption. I know I'm blind to this, but on fear of losing my Grim Darkness run to clicking the wrong one and everybody dying, I'm going to look this up. Alright. It says it's this one.
None shall stand in my way.
I'll gladly give my last for you, teacher. When he drained my life, it felt so sweet. I did not give up my life and energy willingly. He took control of my will, made me drain myself dry.
It's about time.
Alright, and this one is there. Top right, correct? Yes. Stop, my mind is boiling. Teacher, please stop.
I won't tolerate weakness.
No, please, teacher, anything but that. Better to kill me than turn me into one of those mindless things. I didn't think you would do that with your own hands. So it is, no, please, teacher, anything but that. Better to kill me off than turn me into one of those mindless things. Oh. Master, please wake up. I'm here by your side. Let us kill him for the glory of the dark gods. He cannot stand against us alone. I find you guilty of arrogance and betrayal of your choir. You will be sentenced.
Follow my lead!
Now I just need to locate... Oh, Adeline is right there. The ghost stares at Weiss mournfully. The muffled sob coming from the apparition almost seems to take physical form as it drifts toward the choirmaster and envelops it. Weiss blocks your path, extending his arm in a gesture that is both calls for restraint and pleads for mercy. Do not harm her, please. The poor girl is frightened to death. Let me talk to her. I cannot fail her again. Touch Weiss's hand. It's not her. You cannot wallow in your own guilt forever. There are people out there and in here who depend on you. Living people. Weiss's expression is a mixture of pain and horror, horror, and grief. He lowers his arms slowly. I know, your lordship. I know this is not Adeline, but an echo of the one who devoured her soul. I just wanted to see her again, hear her voice again for a brief moment. With jerky movements, as though shaking off shackles of ice, he picks up his staff. Ghost of my failure, now is your time to vanish. Weiss's breathing is labored. Thank you, your lordship. The burden was too heavy for me to bear. On the verge of fainting, he musters the last of his strength to sit down on the steps. Are you all right? After a long silence, he says in a hollow voice, in a bodily sense, yes, your lordship. What was that, choirmaster? A reckoning, Lord Captain. A reckoning for my great arrogance. Demons have been pursuing me for years, following my scent, sending me dire messages, hunting me, and now they have me. The entities that manifested here during the ritual were banished, but a lingering echo of their presence has latched onto the shadows. It has sprouted in the darkness and pounced upon my mind. Why are demons pursuing you? I'm guilty. I wronged them. I had been promised a great future by the scholastic Psychana, for my talents were exceptional. But fate would not have it, and instead of serving on Holy Terra, I ended up here in the Expanse, where barely a gleam of the Astronomicon reaches. My pride took a heavy blow, but my spirit was not cowed. I set about to assemble a choir unlike any yet seen here, a mighty, resonant, astounding choir. Lady Theodora expended tremendous resources, bartering with captains and governors to procure astropaths of my choosing. I brought together talents and budding geniuses under my authority. They were to ensure I would make a triumphant comeback. And they could do that for me. That team of brilliant astropaths whose talents were honed to perfection, Adeline, Annis, Antonius, every one of them surpassed myself as I used to be. I saw that my time was coming, and I lied when I told you it was Lady Theodora who had forced us to go through with the ritual. The idea had been mine. When, in her paranoia, her ladyship set out to find spies aboard the ship. I made her an offer. a ritual that would give her the names in exchange for my fledgling's freedom and my own. It was a good deal. She was willing to trade 7 astropaths for the names of traitors, and I doomed them all. My pride killed them. If you got your freedom, why did you stay on the ship? At first, Lady Theodora wanted to have me executed for what had happened, but then she regained her composure and graciously agreed to honor our deal. But where was I to go? My dead were all here. What went wrong with the ritual? He chuckles bitterly, and scarlet stains bloom on his blindfold made of sacred manuscripts. Adeline was my ritual protector, only to become my greatest vulnerability. When the mad stream of other people's thoughts started to disorient my astropaths, I became frightened for her. I hesitated. I wanted to spare her, and I lost control. The right thing to do would have been to sacrifice her, but I couldn't. I'd always had a soft spot for her. Her genius had made her my favorite. What about the other voices? Were they your apprentices as well? Not all of them. Stavros was the oldest in the choir. He had been on the ship even longer than I. Mighty, wise man, if acrimonious. He envied me and criticized my ambition, but I was fond of him all the same. Thaddeus was the ship's confessor. Theodora had insisted on his presence. When it was over, he was the only other survivor, and he confronted me with angry accusations. I could not bear to listen to him, so I silenced him, killed him. Davidia was an ordinary servant. He fought the Immaterium's monsters until the warp began to prevail. He tried to save me, to lead me away, but I did not listen. He stayed at my side until my last moments, and died a terrible death, all because of my accursed pride. The rest were my voices. Antonius was the youngest, and he had been in the choir for only a short while. When the situation turned dire, fear got the best of him, and I was infuriated by his weakness. I dominated Antonius's mind and impelled him to use up every spark of his life force for the ritual. Annis's doom came even earlier. She was the one person who told me in front of the choir that the ritual was madness. In my anger, I ordered her servitorized. I believed I had to protect my authority. He died on the spot where you're standing now. I think she was still aware, or scarlet drops seep through the choirmaster's red-stained blindfold. All my voices? I remember the name of each one whose life I cut short within these walls. Now I know the truth. That is for the best. I can no longer carry this burden alone. With Lady Theodora dead, the thought of my crime being forgotten, erased from history, is unbearable. I want to be judged and condemned. You have already condemned yourself to years of torment. I cannot give you a new punishment, only forgiveness, and you must forgive yourself. The choirmaster raises his grief-stricken face. The droplets of blood trickling from under the bandage land on the deck with a ringing sound. Your words are medicine for my soul, your lordship. After a moment's hesitation, the old man holds out his staff to you. Please take it. This mighty instrument is the last reminder of Adeline and others of my guilt. It was with this that I performed the last ritual. I have no right to carry it any longer, and would like it to be yours, a reminder of the painful lesson my pride has taught me. Huh, interesting. I kinda like it.
Should I divine our next step?
I lose out on the 15 willpower and 10 perception. But I do believe I'm okay with that. We all gain a buttload of dodge. %, but still. 7% is 7%. I am very close to a level. We head to the bridge. Can't believe I almost ended my run by clicking on the wrong ghost. That did a horrifying amount of damage. Alright, what do we have here? Nothing that I can do. Blocks Extractium. Oh, okay. It's these three. What does this do? Blocks Ergonomics. Okay, so which one of these three was it that I wanted? I think it was this one, because I want the mobile extractiums. Yeah, I'll probably go with this, which means I need mechanisms. I don't know where to get mechanisms. Can I get mechanisms from a planet anywhere? Negative. The warp jump was a success, but the Voxmaster reported the following incident. Beautiful blossoming vines had covered the deck and bulkheads in loading bay 6. 2 workers had bent down to take a better look at the flowers, and the vines had devoured their faces before strangling them. The bay was then sealed and purged. Alright, still can't do anything with that. That's fine. Yeah. Lord Captain, an urgent report from the vessel Shrine. A group of unknown assailants has invaded his temple and plundered the incorruptible relics of your ancestors, slaughtering devout worshippers as they went. The high factotum is among the casualties. Had Master Montag and Mistress Sarbeck not arrived in time? Fortunately, what? The high factotum is among the casualties. Fortunately, Master Danric survived, but then he's not a casualty. This feels poorly worded. The high factotum would be among the casualties, had Master Montag and Mistress Sarbeck not arrived in time. Fortunately, Master Danric survived and remains conscious, albeit in great pain. He implores your lordship to come to the temple and hear his confession. And so it comes to pass. Cabela's somber voice fills the broadcast. I performed a reading of his tarot after the morning watch siren, but the visions sent by the Undying One were too indistinct. I saw rivers of blood flowing toward the bones of the dead, and a blurred figure, laughing, treading upon the ashes of the fallen. It is now clear the Undying One desires me to follow the figure's tracks, thus my hunt begins. Alright. Costa. Traitorous vermin, I'll get you wherever you are. Lord Captain, the Great Relic has been stolen. This is a sacrilege. The Aquila Anima, a fragment of the Cathedral of the Eternal Redemption, brought from the Shrine World of Solace VI, is now lost. Master-at-Arms is barking orders. Confessor Adalbert is murmuring a prayer, and the Infernus Master is circling the chapel with a keen eye as if watching for a threat. Bella quickly sweeps her gaze over the destruction before focusing on the bloody footprints that stretch from the ruins of the reliquary. High Factotum Janris Daenric. The High Factotum's velvet coat is streaked with blood, and Janris himself is deathly pale. A Medicae officer is working on the black gunshot wound in his chest, and Janris grunts faintly with every touch. He focuses his eyes on you with tremendous effort. Forgive me for not greeting your lordship with a bow. I must tell you, Nemesite has stolen the Great Relic. Nemesite, another spin on that old wives' tale. This old wives' tale was blessed with amazing corporeality. Whoever that bastard in the red scarf was, he went by that name, and spoke very impertinently of your lordship. He dared to mock your generosity and sneeringly thanked you for the supplies you used to pacify the serfs of the Foundry Bay. The scoundrel boasted that his fighters have made good use of the gifts. Just another arrogant rebel, wrapping himself in crimson rag and wreaking havoc for the adoration of the commoners. Not this time. No one has ever dared to raid the upper decks before. Not in the ship's history has the fury of the rabble been so blind and fierce. Janris, what happened here? Serfs in red, headscarves, burst into the chapel and started shooting. Their leader made for the relic. The remains of the honorable rogue traitors brought here from the mutant sullied crypt. And when I realized that the sacred ashes of your ancestors were about to fall into the filthy hands of a heretic, one intent on desecrating the glorious dynasty? No, I could not allow that, or that could not be allowed to happen. I blocked his path. Janris briefly closes his eyes, gathering his strength. The bastard allowed himself a few vile insults against me, which I'm obliged to omit, but I did not give in to the provocation. I was hoping to buy myself some time. Then the so-called Nemesite started reviling the customs of the ship, berating its officers and enforcers before insulting the very name of your lordship yourself. I threw my glove in his face and demanded a duel, but the honorless villain just shot me. He laughed at me, then the depraved creature. He winces, either from a new burst of pain or from the memory of the humiliation he recently endured. And then he committed sacrilege by stealing the relic and shattering the sarcophagus. Forgive me, your lordship. I failed to preserve the sacred ashes of your ancestors. Inspect the empty altar behind him. The reliquary has been brutally smashed, and the bed on which the sacred ashes of the past rogue traders and their servants once rested is now empty. How exactly did he insult me? I beg your forgiveness, your lordship. I dare not repeat this slander. I insist. What did he say about me? He called you a ghoul who sits on a throne of bones, feasting on the raw flesh of his servants. Forgive me, your lordship. Merely repeating those foul words is making me ill. Why did you wish to see me so urgently? I had to apologize to you. I had to repent. He grimaces bitterly. For many years, I did my best to serve the dynasty, but at the most crucial hour, I failed. Shame scorches my pathetic, cowardly heart. Your lordship, I had to tell you how deeply remorseful I am. Hold on, Janus. I will not let you die here. Proud to serve the dynasty? The Janus's thoughts are becoming muddled. The papers, your lordship? Have the clerk double-check the freight bills. I did not have time to get the seals. My will is in the left-hand drawer. Alright, it is time for ads. They will run for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. And I will be back in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. We can continue on. How badly is the high factotum wounded? He's losing a lot of blood. The Medicae officer casts a worried look at you. I advise you to hurry. Master Danrick should be on the chirurgeon's table as soon as possible. I'm holding on, your lordship. Worry not. What matters now is that you recover the relic. The high factotum groans as the Medicae officer pulls the blood-soaked bandages aside and shakes his head dolefully. Some miracles preserved Master Danrick's life long enough that he might address you. His fate now rests in the hands of the Emperor. May he show mercy to the selfless man. Heinrich, did you see the attack? I did not. I was on my way here to offer a prayer when I heard gunfire and ran as fast as I could. When I got here, I saw Master Danrick and I think the next thing I did was just to press his wound and spout curses. Heinrich looks at his bloodied hands in confusion. So much for being a heroic repairman. I wasn't much use, was I? Damn you, Jocasta. How did the renegades manage to sneak all the way up to the upper decks? Sarabek mutters through clenched teeth. They had help. We have discovered the hidden corpses of several chapel attendants. The traitors took their clothes and led Nemesite and his accomplices straight past the patrols. Confessor Adalbert ruefully shakes his head. They were good people, pious people. They never slighted a serf in their lives. Why punish them? His face grows darker. I swear that these innocents will be avenged. May the Emperor be my witness. I will strangle this Nemesite with my own 2 hands. May the Emperor protect your... The factotum's eyes roll back in his enormous frame, gives a convulsive shudder. The Medicae officer snatches a syringe of stimulant and speaks decisively. Apologies, your lordship, but we are taking Master Daenric away. He is unable to tell you anything more at present, and every second of delay could cost him his life. Heinrich watches the limp body of the factotum get carried away and chews grimly on the Laho stick that has appeared between his teeth. So what do we have so far? Master Daenric is on his deathbed. All the attackers are either dead or have absconded along with the sacred relic, and we have witnesses the witnesses all agree on this one thing. Nemesite and his accomplices came out of nowhere, struck suddenly. Only the throne knows where we can find these bastards now. We will find them. Sarabek's voice is full of terrible fury. We will turn this vessel inside out if we must. There's nowhere even a void rat can... There's no need. The Blood's Whisper will lead us to the Nemesite. Bella's words make the two exchange puzzled glances. The Blood's Whisper? Did you perform another divination? Yes and no. His tarot guided me here and told me of the evil that lurked in the shrine, but beyond that, the bloody path carelessly tread by the raiders will reveal the truth. With all due respect, Spinner, the enforcers have already questioned all of the witnesses and compiled an extensive list of evidence, none of which tells us anything about how or where the troublemaker calling himself Nemesite might have escaped to. See, Jocasta, it seems to me that your enforcers could learn much from these death occultists. Undoubtedly, Lord Captain. She presses her lips into a thin line. Perhaps the servant of death will share her insights that we might all understand what happened here and what we should do next. Cabela, tell us everything you know. Cabela sharply turns to face the crimson splashes on the floor and walls of the shrine. Her pupils dilate, threatening to drown her irises in darkness. Her expression turns distant, her voice becoming low and strange. This blood is drawn in a pattern of retribution. The one who spilt it appeared later. They moved swiftly and furiously, numb to their own wounds. An enforcer who was drawn to the gunfire and witnessed the sacrilege. Probably. As for this pattern, Cabela points to a barely visible chain of scarlet droplets. It was made in fury and desperation. The one who left it was wounded, but they did not flee. They fought back while they could, and then they retreated into the darkness. Cabella's eyes close as she falls silent. Then she exhales sharply and points a steel claw into the darkness of the maintenance tunnels hidden within the walls of the shrine. And you gleaned all that from a couple of bloodstains? Or did you have a vision? There's no need for revelations from the Undying Emperor here. For one who has dedicated their life to understanding the tenets of the web, death speaks a language clearer than any words. Blood writes the chronicle of the final hour, and it holds all the answers. It speaks to me. It can tell me with what instrument it was spilt, what its owner felt, whether they struggled in terror or were as cold as the steel of a blade, what matter, or at what moment and how the thread snapped. For a spinner, no two wounds are alike, and each scarlet drop carries a message from the Undying One. I'm glad she's on our side. Heinrich scratches the back of his head, smiling wryly. If the attackers have escaped through the maintenance tunnels, we can send in the enforcers after them. The technical corridors extend for hundreds of meters in different directions. Nemesis and his men must be familiar with the tunnels and possess either a map or a guide. Without a clear trail, the enforcers risk getting lost and wasting valuable time. Not to mention the fact that those narrow tunnels are perfect for an ambush. So we still have no idea where to find the Nemesis. The tunnels only answer the question of how he left. Now death will tell us where he's heading. As if in a trance, Cabela leans over a body and peers into its eyes. He stinks of smoke of singed coveralls, vile Laho sticks, burnt sacred unguents, and charred meat. He slides a pale hand along the dead man's skin and snakes it under the sleeve of his coveralls, which he pushes back to reveal a fresh burn, bandaged with a torn scrap of shirt. Her steel claw digs into the dead man's arm. Your wound holds the answer. You dressed it carefully, not inside the shrine. Before that, something struck you, ripped the tissue apart, burned you, turned your hand into a worthless lump. It was not fire, no. Drawing a ragged breath, Cabela opens her eyes, the fury of the conductive charge. It has marked you, heretic. I recognize your wound, for I myself have encountered it on those I take to the other side within the plasma drive chambers. The plasma drive chambers, are you certain? The Undying One has blessed me with the ability to see truth and death. How can anyone doubt the revelations his blessing bestows? I can't say if it's worth drawing conclusions based on a conversation with a corpse, but if it is, then I concur with the steamed spinner's findings. The Infernus Master spits out the chewed-up Laho stick and immediately produces another. All that about burns, the conductive charge, and the smell of cheap Laho immediately made me think of the plasma drive technical compartments. Makes sense to me. Starbeck, gather the enforcers. We will follow the Nemesis trail. No, Damonzen, you must stay. You are the one the Nemesis has challenged. And those we hunt know you by sight. You will frighten away the prey, and we will lose the trail until the next tragedy occurs. So what do you suggest we do, Cabela? I will go to the plasma drive chambers alone. I will track down the false champion and all who serve him, and I will prepare the grounds for your hunt. Out of the question, an enforcer squad would certainly scare off the vermin, but I'm not letting you go alone, servant of death. You and I will go to the chambers together, and together we will bring down all who have dared to insult the Lord Captain. I'm going to. I have a couple of good friends in the plasma drive chambers, the nosy kind who know everything about everyone. Convincing them shouldn't be difficult, especially if I pull a few favors. It'll be the three of us then. What a company. There's an awkward pause. Cabela takes a long look at the officers' faces before nodding her assent. So be it, but not like this. Much like your faces, your guises are too conspicuous. Cabela's right, it would be prudent to use a disguise. The enforcers will procure regular work clothes for us. We will carry only inconspicuous weapons that we can hide easily in our tool bags. It will help us blend in with the crowd. Before I depart to hunt for the Nemesite, I ask the Daemon to bless me. I pledged never to leave your side, yet the hunt demands that I do just that. Grant me this permission by performing the ceremony of twining. Cabela nods toward the altar. When your people have taken their leave, under the gaze of the Undying One, we will begin the rite. What is this ceremony? The rite of blessing for a sacred hunt. With it, the Daemon casts their shadow over the path of carnage. Under your benediction, I will strike harder and tread more softly. Very well, let the ceremony commence. With your permission, Lord Captain, the Infernus Master and I will take our leave now and set out to prepare for the descent into the chambers. We dare not intrude, your lordship. I think I forgot to do this earlier. Whoops. Sit down now, Daemon Zen, and listen. Let the ceremony of twining begin. Using a finely honed blade, Cabela carves an intricate symbol into the floor. Then she produces a small bundle wrapped in incense-laden parchment and sets it alight. You are my Daemon, I am your blade, and I am honed by your blessing. My arms are strong, while your will is strong, and as long as the Undying One hears your prayers, my feet will go unheard. Her blade kisses her palm, and dark blood begins to trickle and spread over the bottom of the ritual cup that has just now appeared in her hand. With our blood, with our will, we shall spin a scarlet web, the symbol of the hunt. May it herald our praised demise. Cabela puts the dagger into your hand, and you suddenly feel how heavy your eyelids have become. Your heartbeat slows inside your chest. Her words linger, then rush through your mind in a deluge. The heavy scent of incense envelops you and makes your head spin. I feel strange. What is happening? For the twining to happen, you must first expand your mind, see the unseen, hear the unheard. Those who live and die by the tenets of the web often burn sacred essence, and your body is not yet accustomed to them. Your mind is trying to grasp at its new boundaries. Do not resist. Breathe deeply. Learn. Make a small cut on my palm. The pain gives way to a burning sensation as Cabela grasps your hand and squeezes it over the ritual cup, but this new discomfort is quickly replaced again, this time by a dull numbness and the faint warmth of blood flowing from your open wound. The twining is the blood oath I have made to my lord. Cabela dips her fingers in the spilt blood and traces a symbol, first on her own forehead, then on yours. It appears to resemble a blade that is cutting through an intricate knot. Anoint me with your blessing, Zen, and may the ceremony of twining commence. Cabela's face blurs before your eyes, no matter how hard you try to focus and dispel the vision. In place of her face, you see a death mask, a broken skull with hollow eye sockets. May your fury and resolve be unshakable. One who treads follows the thread of the web fights not out of rage, but with a mind as cold as stone. Nevertheless, rage can become a potent weapon in the hands of a punisher. I understand, Daemon Zen. I accept your blessing. But your body cannot accompany us on this chase. But your spirit? There is nothing the spirit cannot do. The twining is complete. You and I are now bound by the blood oath. Think of me while I hunt, as I will think of you. Become a thought flowing through my mind. If the Undying One is gracious to us, he will send you dreams, and in those dreams you will see me. If he is more gracious still, those dreams will be truthful. I trust you, Cabela. Let's begin. You perceive a faint smile from beneath the death mask. Cabela hands you the cup and begins tracing her finger around the bottom while whispering a prayer. Watch now, Zen. What does thy seeing eye behold in the converging patterns of blood? She draws your attention to the symbols as she has inscribed. You see shifting images in the blood, a spider crafting a fine web, blurred shadows that could resemble either a swarm of void rats or an enraged hound. Crossed blades, a card of the Emperor's Tarot, but as soon as your gaze lingers on any of them, reality bleeds through and the fluid shapes. Soon your spirit will be able to follow me. I will bid the servants to carry your body to your chambers, where you will not be disturbed. Wait in silence and safety. For me, the hunt has begun. Cabela's footsteps fade away, melting into the same impenetrable darkness in which your consciousness is extinguished. Stale air, oppressive noise, the hum and whir of machinery drown out all thoughts. This place rings with tension. Is it the powerful energy coursing through the cables? Or have the wails of the workers merged into a cacophony of indignant whispers and desperate prayers, lost, mired in petty troubles, unmindful of duty? Their voices creak as if covered in rust, and their eyes are dimmed by the endless drudgery and lack of light here in the working decks of the Damon's great arc. I have seen it before. In these murky depths, people become creatures all too ready to devour each other for worldly gains, fleeting pleasures, or imaginary freedom from obligation born from the abyss of spiritual emptiness. The Undying One punishes them through me. Disgusting mutations, abominations, reflections of vice are born in these shadows, and I will be their doom. The thread shakes, the web is taut. I step silently. May the great hunt begin. The thread shakes, the quarry always leaves a trail. You may not see it, but we can feel it. I taste the air, the scent of fresh dye with a subtle note of sparks. This is new, pleasant. The upper decks reek of luxury. Here I feel comfortable. There is something else. This is it. I recognize the smell. Ungent, laho, and burnt meat. Just like inside the shrine, the time has come to spin the scarlet web. The web is taut. Know the hunting ground. To find the enemy, I must listen, inhale, exhale, inhale. The rhythmic beat of engines and pumps, that is the ship's breathing. That is the ship's heartbeat. Is it strange that I feel at home among the workers of the lower decks who pass their time like the living dead? Warmth spreads through my chest. I like to think that it is the connection with which the Undying One bound my and Damon's fates together. He has blessed us, and we hunt as one. I step silently. Darkness is our ally. Merge with the shadows. In the twilight of the chamber, barely illuminated by flickering candlelight, I become like them. The lost, mired servants. They will become unwitting allies in my hunt. Their hopelessness, their desperation, their thirst for survival will become tools for my use. Where's the second spinner? We were supposed to meet here? You know that feeling when you're being stared at, but you can't tell who, by, or where from? Footsteps. Two are coming toward me. Familiar gaits. Those are the Damon's servants. I would not be surprised if the cultists set out on the trail of Nemesite alone. The spinners are arrogant. We are just another soul to them, a gift to offer death. Steel Mistress's voice is hard and cold, like her will. I can see in her eyes that she dislikes me. She is wary, and so she should be, for we serve the Damon, not one another. Does this remind you of anyone at all, Jocasta? This man is enamored with fire. Even his words sound full of biting flames. and he himself enjoys playing with fire. Too much so. They bicker again. Their mutual animosity may disrupt the hunt. Examine Steel Mistress and Flaming Voice. To the lay people, the two are now scarcely distinguishable from the common serfs. In a world where status and privilege are defined by appearance, a single piece of rotten cloth is enough to lower your standing. We will become spectral hounds and follow the trail without drawing attention. I'm here. There she is. Welcome to the Plasma Drive Chambers, esteemed Holy Assassin. In exchange pleasantries later, Lieutenant. Godierda is on duty in this compartment. I've ordered her to gather information on all the workers who wear red scarves and who have recently left the bay. This is pointless. The red scarf is not proof of guilt. It is merely a symbol. It could be a trap. I need to find her. I will watch the Enforcer and those who watch her in turn. The Enforcer knows nothing about life in this compartment. I guarantee it. I have a better source of information, a good friend of mine who knows a lot about delicate matters. It would be easy to get him to talk. He's terrified of pain and death. Only the faithless fear death. I will not trust him. Let him trust me so that his trust may become a snare for my hunt. I cut them off with a gesture. Their methods of hunting are not mine, but I take the great grain of truth from their words and weave it into my plan. We need to provoke them into making a move. Instill a false sense of impunity. Convince them they can and must act now. The Enforcer, who answers to Steel Mistress, is the symbol of order and obedience. She is standing in the way. When she disappears, my enemies will believe it safe to strike, and that will be a costly mistake. Strike out the spark that will ignite the flame. I feel them lurking in the crowd. My enemies, they're cautious. I must find them and let them believe their luck. Then they will shed their masks, and I will take them down, intimidate them with an impending threat. Flaming Voice relies on a talker, one whom keeps no secrets and fears pain. An unreliable vessel is bad for holding secrets, but good for spilling them. Through him, I will whisper lies to the enemy. Such is my plan. They look at me in silence. They do not understand yet, but that matters little. I am on the hunt. Alright. I think there is a good stopping point for now. I'm going to take a short break, find food, maybe take a short nap, and then this evening I will be streaming some StarCraft 2 Archipelago, and possibly I will be streaming some Grand Blue Versus for Discord Wars. It's a strategy was found that easily gets you to floor 50, so I will be trying that. But thank you all for watching, very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button. And I'm going to go see if anybody is live that I care to raid. It does not appear so. Alright, thank you all once again. Have a wonderful day, and I hope to see you tonight or tomorrow for more Rogue Trader.